I don't get mad, the monster stated as he went for a fierce backhanded blow while Cap went for a sweep. Twisting his body, Ranma effortlessly glided between the two well-timed attacks. A subtle shift of his legs was all he needed to land on his feet with enough time to jump out of the way of the next coordinated attack. Of course you don't, he shot back as he dodged another series of punches from Captain America. Out of the corner of his eye he watched as Mia shot down War Machine with a fiery blast. Yes, she was clearly reading his mind. That's why you suck as the Hulk, he rationalized. The real Hulk is anger incarnate, you're just a poser. You play at being the Hulk, but if you ever faced the real thing you'd still think you could beat him even though you couldn't. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. A clearly agitated Nerd Hulk shouted as he slammed his fists against the ground. Timing the attack just perfectly, Ranma leapt into the air to avoid the shockwave that sent a tremble through the ground that slowed Mia even as she hit Iron Man with a long, hot blast of heat. Of course I do. I actually know what it's like to get into a fight, the big-tailed boy explained. You were probably bullied as a kid and now that you've got muscles you think no one can beat you, right? Nerd Hulk answered with a roar as he slammed his fist into an already scrapped car. See? You don't even fight like a real fighter, he continued to taunt. Your brain is making your punches and attacks slower because you're hesitating. Ducking under a thrown car, Ranma listened as the car impacted with another stack of cars waiting to be crushed. Okay, he added, at time you didn't hesitate. But you're too concerned with trying to bring me back alive and trying to just knock me out that you hold back just enough that even some normal kid like me easily avoids getting hurt. Nerd Hulk picked up a fender, swinging it hard at Ranma, who was forced to jump out of harm's way. Now, if I were really going to fight the real Hulk I'd just run away, Ranma conceded. There's no way in hell that I'd stand a chance against the real Hulk. But against a poser like you I'd wear you out. As smart as you think you are, you're just some nerd with muscles that you've never actually had to use. Leaping back, to avoid a vertical slash with the battered fender, Ranma suddenly found himself slightly off balance as his center of gravity was thrown off by his sudden transformation. No longer in his true form, the now red-headed girl barely managed to land on his feet. For once he was glad that his female body was shorter as the fender sailed through the air where his head would have been had he been in his male form. Damn it! He exclaimed. I didn't even feel the water. Cap rushed in, nearly tagging the redhead with a punch to the stomach. Instead he connected with the silky shirt, ripping it open and exposing the busty girl's ample bosom. Nerd Hulk stopped as he caught a knifeful of the redhead's exposed chest. Like any true nerd, the Hulk clone blushed and instinctively turned away. It was one thing to look at naked pictures of women on the computer or even in the strip club, as those women were monetarily compensated to do that, but to see that in person with someone who wasn't being paid, well, the nerd's mind tried to play the part of the gentleman or either shut down completely. Unfortunately for Nerd Hulk it was the latter, as sure, Bruce Banner had seen Betty Ross naked plenty of times, which explained the reason why General Ross hated Bruce Banner so much, but she had been consenting, and she didn't have the redhead's giggling wreck. Birdie Hulk equals Ryoga, Ranma thought as he immediately dismissed the gray-skinned monster. Yet another reason why he'd lose to the Hulk, he sighed as he squared off against Captain America. That's just low, the masked hero stated. Using your feminine charms to beguile a man in the middle of a fight, that's fighting dirty. Use what you got, Ranma smirked as he noted the slight blush in his opponent's face. Clearly the good captain was more interested in watching the big-tailed girl's hands, feet and eyes rather than at his bouncing breasts. And I got some of the best. Do you now? A new voice challenged even as she announced herself. Crap, Power Princess or whatever, the redhead thought. Not good. Reading his mind, Media blasted the interdimensional alien with a powerful optic blast, knocking the raven-haired beauty out of the air. Knowing full well that the blast was not enough to take her out, Mimic rushed in, her biometal body giving her much more weight and power behind the punishing blows that rained down on Zarda. Though she lacked the power and strength of the older Zarda, Media had an edge on speed. True, she couldn't reach Mach 10 like Quicksilver could, but Mach 2 was more than enough to deal with Zarda. And with her telepathy the young fighter had a definite edge, for now. Knowing that Media couldn't hold out against Power Princess for long, Ranma decided to try and end the fight as soon as possible. With Captain America slightly distracted by Ranma's bare breasts, the redhead, Ranma waited for his opponent to throw a punch. Grabbing his wrist, the big-tailed redhead twisted and shifted so that the momentum and force behind the punch sent the larger fighter crashing into and through a windshield. Well, what do we have here? Spider-Man's now familiar voice called out. Looking over her shoulder, Ranma wondered just how much worse things would get. Spotting the X-Men clothes on the young superhero's tail, the big-tailed redhead knew that once again the tide of battle was turning. Having lost to them once before, Ranma was confident that he could defeat them if he needed to, but did he really need to? Why do they call you Spider-Man when you're just a boy? The redhead shot off as she tried to egg on the young hero. The same with you Iceman, at least Shadowcat and Rogue don't denote age. But Marvel Girl, you're an adult, though your figure could use some work. Don't let him get to you, Jean advised as she set Rogue down. Don't worry, the woman-turned-man grumbled. How do you like being a guy? Ranma taunted. Beats being a girl. Sexist pig. Kitty shouted as she followed behind Spider-Man's charge. Shadowcat, the redhead telepath called out, trying to calm the younger girl. Ranma knew that he needed to end things quickly. Standing his ground as Spider-Boy and Ice Boy rushed and the redhead ripped the remains of his tattered shirt off, exposing to the two teenaged boys a magnificent pair of breasts. Startled by the unorthodox move, both paused even as their momentum carried them forward. Several hundred punches rattled the pair as Ranma unleashed his powerful and swift blows at subsonic speeds. By the time that Peter's mind registered the threat, he was already feeling the stinging blows connecting with his face. In the fraction of a second for him to register the pain, the young hero was already out. Bits of ice showered Kitty as she watched in horror as two of the boys she cared about were defeated right before her eyes. Yes, Bobby hadn't fared very well against the redhead the last time, and he really wasn't a close quarters fighter, but he and Peter had been thrashed in the blink of an eye. She barely dodged the ball of blue light that the redhead emitted, but the second and third blasts connected squarely with her despite the fact that she was normally intangible. Dazed and rattled, she could only stand there as Jean's impromptu shield was shattered by a second barrage of glowing blue balls, and then a punishing punch to her stomach knocked the air out of her lungs. "Cat!" Jean shouted, prompting Ranma to involuntarily shudder as the smaller redhead backed away from the young mutant. "She's afraid of cats," the telepath exclaimed as she read Ranma's surface thoughts and emotions. "Rogue, Storm, keep her busy. I'm going to find some cats." Rogue nodded. She had business with Ranma. Wait, why was he thinking of himself as male? She was a girl regardless of the fact that she had a guy's, equipment, right? Whatever, she was going to kick his ass. Rushing in, Rogue sought to keep Ranma busy so as to provide Storm with an opportunity to recover their fallen allies. With an evil smirk on his face, Ranma grabbed the breathless Shadowcat's leg and spun around twice before sending the petty girl flying at Rogue. "Sucks being a girl, doesn't it?" he teased as Rogue ducked under the human missile. Using her fears against her, Ranma knew that the currently male Rogue would not want to catch Shadowcat for fear of coming into contact with the younger girl's skin and triggering her mutant power. Anticipating a dodge, Ranma waited to see just which way Rogue would move to avoid Shadowcat. Untrained as she was at reading her opponent's movements, the tall brunette with white highlights twisted to her left, kicking several gallons of dirty oil at his opponent. The big-tailed boy waited as Rogue instinctively reacted, punching the missiles with all her might. The resulting splatter was truly impressive, though expected as Rogue found herself covered in thick, dirty oil. A fierce wind and the pelting rain that followed didn't help, though it did knock the rest of the oil out of the air and kept Rogue from becoming totally drenched in oil. And of course it transformed her back into her true form. "Dog, you like being a girl that much?" Ranma taunted as he slipped in and swept Rogue's feet out from under her. "Or is it that you just couldn't fight as a guy? Then again, with a face like that I wouldn't want to be a guy either." "Era!" the enraged mutant shouted as she rolled onto her back and then to her feet. "Yeah, I'm just playing with you," the redhead stated with a truly infuriating smirk. "You're not in my league. Hell, even though you somehow managed to get my curse, you didn't get any of my moves or style. Sucks to be you." A vicious kick to the face sent her flying. Given her superhuman durability, Ranma didn't feel bad about it at all. "I gotta admit, as a girl you're pretty hot, but you're still not in my league." Grabbing several hubcaps, he flung them at Storm, forcing her onto the defensive. Summoning a powerful gust of wind, she managed to deflect the projectiles, giving Ranma the time he needed to nail Rogue with an uppercut to the gut. Yes, American women have nice boobs, but they're not as perky and round as mine. To prove his point, he grabbed Rogue's hand and pressed the gloved hand to his breasts. Twisting his hips, he sent her flying again, this time into the puddle of oil. With so much oil around, Ranma knew that Storm wouldn't be sending any blasts of lightning his way for fear that a near miss, which was sure to happen, would accidentally ignite the oil and start a bigger fire. And the cold rain wouldn't do anything but discomfort her. No, Storm was effectively useless other than to keep his ultimate technique in check. Thus it came as a surprise when the African mutant landed directly between him and the still sleeping Rogue. "You serious?" he asked, clearly skeptical. The white-haired woman nodded as she steeled her resolve. "Why are you guys attacking me anyways?" Ranma asked as he shifted into his usual stance. "Why did you attack us yesterday?" she asked, answering his question with her own. Ranma shrugged. He knew that she was just trying to buy time, but would it really matter? "Sorry, my bad," he finally said in as sincere voice as possible. "Someone's been messing with me, and I still don't know if you guys are a threat or not, but since you attacked me this time, well, I figure I'd pay you guys back for yesterday. So this is revenge?" the regal woman replied as she slowly inched towards him in a stance that he couldn't recognize. Then again, he hadn't traveled that far west during his training voyage. There had to be more styles out there, just not respected as the styles developed in China, Japan, and Korea. "Ranma Sodom never loses," he said confidently, "and when I do I come back to prove that I'm better. Besides, you guys attacked me today." Storm nodded, then clapped her hands together, creating a blinding flash that caught Ranma off guard. Only his natural reflexes kept him from being tackled to the ground by a dirty Rogue as he unconsciously sidestepped her charge and tripped her up. Blinking away the effects of the bright flash, Ranma's eyes slowly focused on something that was much closer to his face than he cared for. "See, cat!" he exclaimed. Using her powers, Marvel Girl had not only found a cat, but she was now dangling it right before the busty redhead. Even with his blinding speed, Ranma couldn't get away from the one thing he feared the most as the mutant kept the cat right in his face. Rogue grinned as she stood up and watched the panicked girl scramble. The part of her that wanted revenge overrode the part of her that had absorbed Ranma's memories, though that part was slowly clawing its way into her thoughts. Her vindictive grin was slowly replaced with horror as saw Ranma's memories of being tied down with fish cakes and thrown into a pit of house cats. Images of the destruction that Mako Ranma wrought once he went berserk startled her. "Jean!" she shouted. "You don't want to do that. Row!" Too late. Then yes, Ranma did touch the gem of Crederick, but he hasn't been gifted with all of those powers. Just like this version of the Juggernaut didn't receive the full power-up, Ranma and Rogue, and Taro haven't received it either. Ranma is stronger than he normally is, but after I took the shard out of him, he reverted to his normal strength. Ranma's hand speed is much greater than Captain America or Spider-Man's, and that's not even figuring in the Allegorican. Realistically, Cap spent 4 years in his body, active time, not including the time he was in ice, and though he trains constantly, it did take some time for him to get used to his body. Ranma on the other hand has trained with his still developing body since he was able to walk. Cap at present still has yet to reach the full potential of his body, same with Spider-Man. But once they reach their peak they could beat Ranma as he is now. Keep in mind that Ranma is still growing and adjusting to his own bodies as well. Everyone thinks that Storm is just a ranged/distance fighter, but she is capable of some close combat and hand-to-hand fighting. Yes, she would get owned by Ranma, Captain America, or Spider-Man. Dreaming Fox Chapter 9 Chapter 9 Author's Notes. Wow, I can't say how much I'm enjoying this fic. But for those of you who are wondering about some of my other fics, yes, I've been writing those as well, just haven't felt satisfied with something about them, so once I get the kinks worked out I'll post them. Now, back to this fic. Yes, Spider-Man does have a spider sense, but it's not as strong as the Spider-Man from 616. Ultimate Marvel takes place on Earth 1610, but for the purposes of this fic the events are occurring on Earth 1616. That might become relevant later. Otherwise it's relevant only because the Marvel characters being used are very similar to their counterparts from 1610, but not exactly. The last I recall, the Venom suit that brought that got taken away by the Beetle to Latveria. The Spider-Man clone turned Scorpion was captured but is listed as dead. Richard Parker, the aged Spider-Man clone, died, and the FF promised to look after Peter. Reed Richards is no longer with the FF and is off on his own. Don't worry, he'll pop up eventually. Media had been sure that she'd ultimately lose her fight against the alien known as Zarda. The woman had single-handedly defeated the Hulk after all. Even with the combined powers of many of the X-Men that she'd been exposed to, the young artificial mutant knew she wouldn't be a match for the powerful interdimensional alien. But Rogue's sudden arrival changed everything. While Rogue was only as physically strong as Colossus, her ability to drain her opponents by touching their skin was full. Running at Mach 3, the blindingly quick girl absorbed lots she could of Rogue's power from a quick pass before suddenly changing direction and nailing Zarda with a vicious punch to the back of her raven-haired head. Grabbing the other woman's neck, she slowly drained her victim of her powers and energy even as the pair sped through the junkyard. A sudden twist was all Zarda needed to break free of the casual hold. Breaking free of Mimic's hold, the alien woman crashed into a pile of scrapped and crushed cars. Weakened by the unexpected attack, it was all she could do to just stay conscious as she was buried in scrap metal. With her opponent out of the fight, Media turned her attention to the X-Men and the remaining Ultimates. Run, was all Rogue could say before the feral redhead martial artist before her sprang. It wasn't a battle plan, it was a survival instinct. Dropping the cat, Jean was fortunate that she'd been levitating over the battlefield, though the same could not be said of the unfortunate cat she'd used to trigger her opponent's sudden transformation. While it wasn't necessarily a physical change, it was clear from the way that the girl acted that there was a psychological one. Row! The stripped tabby cat managed before Ranma took a swipe at it, shaving the hair off of its back with his glowing white claws. Turning tail, the cat wisely ran away. For her part, Storm quickly summoned a fierce wind to propel herself into the air and away from Mako Ranma. Hissing at the uncomfortable wind and rain combo, the redhead sprang away from the howling winds at the next closest target. Recovering from his hormonal stupor, Murdoch focused his attention on the redhead even as Captain America pulled himself out of the wrecked car. The sight of the towering green giant being shredded by the busty redhead girl as she used him as her personal scratching post alarmed the super soldier. If she was capable of doing that to Murdoch, then what could she do to the rest of the team? While the clone wasn't as fearsome as the original, he was still a force to be reckoned with. Grabbing his shield, the symbol of America, heaved it at the redhead, seeking to knock the distracted girl out. Clearly expecting to miss the girl at best, and to distract the girl from the mauling she was giving Murdoch, Captain America blinked as Ranma chased after the shield as though it were a toy. "Water!" Rogue shouted as she recalled the redhead's memories. Hot water should snap him out of it. We trigger his transformation back to his true form and he should wake up. Should? Cap asked, clearly skeptical as he grabbed a discarded hubcap and flung it. Again, Mako Ranma chased after the object, moving further away from the heroes and Cap's shield. It's either that or find someone he feels safe around, so that she'll snap him out of it, Rogue explained. Plan A? Murdoch interjected as he looked at the various cuts and scrapes that were slowly healing. Warm water, Media thought as she used telekinesis to levitate a globe of water. Using Firestar's microwave energy to heat up the water slowly, the artificial mutant lifted the water over the small clearing that Ranma was in. "Jean?" Rogue asked as she spotted the large ball of water. "That's not me," Marvel Girl replied as she scanned the area for the source of the water. Just as quickly as it appeared, the ball burst, filling the clearing and soaking everyone there. "Har!" Rogue's deep voice cried out as her soaking wet uniform adjusted to match her current body. "RW." Ranma's deep, feline voice cried out as he shook the excess water off of himself. "It didn't work," Murdoch said, stating the obvious. Grabbing a tire, the Hulk clone threw it at Ranma, only to have the now male Mako Ranma shredded with his glowing key claws. "Storm, get me some water," Rogue shouted. The white-haired woman obliged, showering the younger mutant with a sudden storm that transformed the girl back to her true form. "Thanks," Rogue yelled as she lifted a beat-up car, the same one Cap pulled himself out of, and hurled it at the big-tailed boy. Leaping into the air, Ranma bounced off the car, using it as a springboard as he launched himself at Rogue. Tacking her to the ground, he let out a gentle meow. She didn't know where or why she did it, but Rogue returned his meow with a light hiss as she pulled away from him. Undeterred, Ranma advanced on her as he meowed again. "That's not good," Murdoch stated as he buried his head into his hand. Soon the two were both meowing. "What's not good?" Iron Man asked as he helped War Machine into the clearing. "He's displaying typical feline mating rituals," the Smart Hulk clone stated. "Given how powerful and dangerous he was when we were fighting him, it's not a good idea to, interrupt their, ritual." "Okay," Jean said, not sure what the hell was going on. "I can understand why Ranma went all feline on us since we triggered that on him. But why is Rogue, you know?" Murdoch shook his head. "I think that when our friend was a girl he let out pheromones that suggested he was in heat. Then you forced the transformation, and he picked up on his female body's pheromones. Either that or Rogue's in heat as well, and since she's absorbed some of his memories, she recalls being a cat. But I could be wrong." No one was sure what to say. Everyone simply averted their eyes as Rogue began to yowl. An angry, red blast of energy hit Murdoch, sending him crashing into Iron Man and War Machine. Spinning around, Captain America briefly noted the air rushing by him, kicking up debris and forcing him to hide behind his shield. Suddenly the big-tailed boy was gone, leaving only a startled and aroused Rogue on top of the car. "I knew we forgot something," Jean exclaimed as she finally recalled the artificial mutant that they were chasing. Asterisk 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 Mickey Mizusawa was not happy. The odd, magical energies that she'd sensed ever since coming to New York were seriously messing with her. The mix of chaos and destruction energies were never good alone, but mixed as they were, well, that was just downright dangerous. Despite being one of the world's largest metropolitan cities, New York had somehow managed to attract the former Sorcerer Supreme. Mickey wasn't sure if New York had always had so much ambient magical energy, but the amount that she felt now was clearly significant. The feel of chaotic energy as it suddenly spiked sent a shiver down the experienced young midge's back. Her eyes scanned the horizon, stopping only once she spotted a plume of smoke in the distance. Could her quarry be the source of the disruption? Given what little she'd managed to rid of him and his current situation, that was very likely. Conjuring an umbrella, the young midge decided to investigate. Asterisk 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 asterisk, let me guess, the usually hot-headed Johnny Storm said as he looked at his new roommate and housemate. "You got your asses handed to you again." Peter glared at his newest houseguest. "Was it that bad?" the blonde asked. Bobby looked around, making sure that no females were around. "She flashed us her tits and we froze," the Master of Ice stated. "Then she kicked our asses." Johnny opened his mouth. For a half moment his mouth stayed open as he sought to say something, anything. Unable to find any words, he finally closed his mouth. She thought? He finally asked. Bobby blinked. You do know that she's supposed to be a guy, right? But she's got tits, Johnny exclaimed. That is just so wrong. A female voice proclaimed from the top of the stairs. Kayla's, Bobby said with a forced smile as he looked up at Firestar. Though she was slowly remembering her life before the ultimatum waves hit New York, the young mutant was coming to terms with the personal losses she had endured. For 6 months she'd lived in the streets with vagabond mutants, moving from one desolate building to another as they sought to avoid being caught by anti-mutant hunters seeking to extract some measure of revenge on mutants, as well as from S.H.I.E.L.D. agents trying to force every mutant they encountered to register. The brutal attack on her new friends that had resulted in their deaths, as well as the fact that her parents had died during the ultimatum wave, was a heavy burden for the young woman. Though it helped that she was surrounded by caring and supportive people, the gaping hole in her heart was too raw to just be brushed aside so soon. It didn't help that the boys were talking about the girl that had killed her friends, or that they'd seen her breasts. The 3 boys withered under her righteous glare, slowly creeping into the second best room that had been given to Iceman and the Human Torch. It was a dirty trick, Peter grumbled as he looked at the black eye he was now sporting. You're just mad that the first pair you actually saw belongs to a guy, Bobby teased. I can't believe that she kicked us around like that, the runty boy replied. She caught us off guard, taller boy said as he rubbed his stiff jaw. But you have to admit, if any of the supervillains had flashed you like that, you'd have been caught off guard too. The girl Ranma's breasts had been, well, enticing, and he did have to force them out of his mind. Young Peter Parker couldn't help but feel like a chump and loser the way he'd been beaten the 2 times he'd encountered the busty little redhead. Dissatisfied with his performance, he resolved to correct his mistakes. But the only way to do that was to find a master martial artist. Good thing that he knew to. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There were few times in his long life where the grizzled veteran and experienced military man was unhappy. Standing before all of Congress and the President of the United States was nothing. It was less than nothing. It was a walk in the park. It didn't make him mad or upset, though he was annoyed that the stupid politicians that had appointed him to oversee the superhero community thought that they could do his job better just because they were elected into their positions. Though few like Senator McCain had served in the armed forces and even endured hell, most of the pencil-necked senators had never gotten into a real fight, not those stupid behind the gymnasium or drunken barroom brawls. But it was those stupid politicians that were the biggest pain in the neck as they sought to undermine his authority while creating their politically correct world. Didn't they understand that to create that world they needed men like himself? Men who weren't afraid of getting their hands dirty. Looking down at the video of the new team of Ultimates as they had their asses handed to them, Fury grimaced. How the hell could one little martial artist defeat some of the most powerful super-powered beings so easily? It wasn't like he was using advanced technology or had superpowers himself. While I understand the position you are in, the President droned on, I cannot allow you to make this into an international incident. Yes, President Obama, the Colonel reluctantly agreed. The Emperor of Japan himself has requested that you not pursue or engage his agent, the new president stated. I didn't pardon you of your crimes just to have you create another international situation. Japan may be decimated, but their surviving superheroes could easily overwhelm the handful of heroes that we and the European Union have left. I don't want this to become a superhero war. Superheroes my ass, Fury thought. All they've got are a couple hundred people that are suffering from radiation poisoning as a result of the nukes we dropped on them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It was rare for the ancient master and founder of the school of anything goes martial arts to actually bow to anyone. As a rogue and vagabond he'd never bowed his head, even when captured or confronted by the legions of angry women who believed that he'd stolen their silky delights. But things had changed for the perverted old man ever since he'd accepted the responsibilities of his newest position. Yes, as Sorcerer Supreme even Thanos I knew that he needed to pay the proper respects to the Emperor of Japan. But it had been necessary as the Emperor's assistants would keep Ranma and the others out of trouble, for now. Eventually Ranma would need to work with the others, but for now, he needed to find his own purpose for a living. For now, Thanos I would need to gather others that could benefit from his teachings, and those whose abilities would help him as Sorcerer Supreme. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The sound of satisfied purring greeted Ranma as he woke up. Blinking, he tried valiantly to recall what he'd been doing before he'd apparently fallen asleep. Feeling the warmth from the slumbering Media as she lay curled up beside him, Ranma instinctively tensed, expecting the worst. Not feeling a mallet or hearing an enraged girl accusing him of doing something he hadn't done, the big-tailed boy relaxed. Maybe, just maybe, he could get used to this new life. A gentle rapping at the door roused the big-tailed boy, preventing him from drifting back asleep. Pulling himself away from Media, Ranma rolled off of the shared futon. Noting the absence of his usual red silk shirt, Ranma sighed. He really did love that shirt. It had seen him through so many hard times and vicious fights after all. Clad only in his black pants, the big-tailed martial artist opened the door. Ranma showed him. The slender girl asked. Ranma looked her up and down. Slightly taller than he was, she was probably older as well. The power that radiated from her wasn't spiritual or physical, it was magic. Why the hell would he know that she was radiating magical power? Yeah, he finally replied, now fully awake. Who's asking? My name is Miki Mizusawa, the girl said and clearly articulated, proper Japanese. We go to school together. Ranma blinked. Something about that statement just sounded wrong. You're the new girl from Japan, right?" he replied in his less formal Japanese. His time on the road clearly showed as he failed to notice that she was waiting for him to invite her inside. "Yes, I am," Miki stated. "But I didn't come here because I was just another student at that school." The big-tailed boy stumbled for the right words. "You're not engaged to me, are you?" It was Miki's turn to blink. That was unexpected, but she'd never actually dealt with someone like Ranma before. "No," she finally replied. "The new Sorcerer Supreme sent me with a message. He says that S.H.I.E.L.D. will no longer be coming after you or your companion. He also asks that you and your companion meet with him this weekend at the place where you first encountered Captain America." Ranma nodded. Tako's eyes had sent her. Well, she wasn't as well endowed as the old pervert generally liked, so maybe she really did come on his behalf. "Fine," he nodded. "I'll see you in school tomorrow," Miki added before turning around sharply. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what do you mean we're not to go after them? An enraged Zarda exclaimed as she slammed her hands down onto Nick Fury's reinforced desk. For once the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. was glad that his desk was laced with vibranium. Though it had seemed like a waste of the precious and durable metal, the idea had proven to be very full given the number of super-powered heroes who had entered his office wanting to destroy something. Yes, the vibranium-fortified desk was proving to be a very good idea. They're officially listed as agents of the Japanese government, Colonel Fury stated as he had the battered and beaten superheroes that stood before him. "It's like dealing with the teams from Europe or Canada," he equated. "Think of them as you would anyone from Alpha Flight." "But they're on American soil," Captain America countered. "Yes, they are," Fury grimaced. "As such, if we need their assistance we can call on them for assistance. Aside from training missions or joint missions, you're not to engage them. He is a Japanese citizen currently residing in the United States. As such, he will abide by our laws while retaining his citizenship. Any unprovoked attacks on him by any of you will be taken as an attack upon the Japanese." Zarda glared at the dark-skinned man. Despite her formidable power and strength, even she couldn't muster the needed willpower to stare down the man that led S.H.I.E.L.D. Still, the tense 3 minutes felt like an hour to the rest of the heroes that stood in the room with them. "I'm sure I won't have to repeat any of this," Fury stated as he dared the heroes to challenge his authority. Captain America's confident nod was all the answer Fury needed as he watched the assembled superheroes file out of his office. With his business with the heroes concluded, Colonel Fury exited the office. The tiny space was fine for the small meetings that he didn't want the rest of his agents to know about, but it also kept him away from the rest of the action. Colonel Fury, the agent at the con, called out as she noticed the colonel step through the doors to the bridge. "Lando base is reporting that they are under attack. What forces are close enough to respond?" he asked, unfazed by the news of the attack on one of S.H.I.E.L.D's secret bases. "Damn Danvers, she left us spread out and unprotected. The behemoth is 5 minutes away but isn't equipped for an underwater battle. Only the Kafka and Sephiroth are close enough to respond, and the Tidus is currently over the Savage Lands. The bleach-blonde woman at the com replied. Have all 3 helicarriers move to assist, Colonel Fury ordered. After spending countless days trapped inside the very secure cell inside of one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicarriers, Kraven the Hunter was glad to be out. It didn't even bother him that he had to look out for the little alien that the men in green suits had stuck him with. Dodging several blasts from the handful of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in the corridor, Kraven crashed through a steel door as he moved to avoid the heavy barrage of fire. The sound of laser fire connecting with flesh and the smell of burnt flesh made the supervillain's blood boil as he regained his feet. "Shit!" he exclaimed as he realized that the girl hadn't followed him into cover. The scent of blood filled his nose as his enhanced sense of smell picked up the blood that was being spilled outside of the room. But the sounds of laser fire had died down. Rushing to the door, Kraven turned towards the entrenched squad of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Seeing the lithe girl standing over the decapitated corpses of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Kraven shook his head. The girl was good. Too good. Having fought the Ultimates, Kraven knew good when he saw it. Spider-Man was good. Captain America was good. This girl was a totally different kind of good. Rushing down the corridor, Kraven and the girl cut a bloody swath through the ranks of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. "We're here," Kraven stated as he had the heavily fortified door. "So where?" the lithe girl stated as she raked her claws over the vibranium door. "Adamantium," the red-head Hydra agent stated. The girl nodded. "We don't have time," the redhead stated as he pressed his comm link. "AIM forces are quickly approaching our position. Sweep the hallway and keep all the enemies away. 6. Take half the squad and take out the power generators. We should be able to bypass the security protocols on the door rather than trying to cut our way through adamantium." "Man!" a nameless S.H.I.E.L.D. agent shouted as he handled the comm of the mini helicarrier dubbed Behemoth. "What?" Commander Danvers shouted as she checked the armaments that the Behemoth carried. Her stay in Antarctica hadn't even started and she was going to see more action than anyone banished to the S.H.I.E.L.D./Strike base had any right to face. Yes, the Savage Lands had some of the largest vibranium mines outside of Wakanda, but few people in their right mind would bother attacking Lando base on their way to the mines in the Savage Lands. This was clearly not what she was expecting when she boarded the Behemoth. Commander Evans from Lambo states that Hydra forces are approaching their holding cells, the bald agent stated. "Who's attacking?" the blonde asked. "Hydra and AIM, ma'am," the muscular man stated, "though they appear to be fighting each other as well as the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents." "Contact Colonel Fury," Carol ordered. "Inform all our agents to beware of the armor that the Hydra agents are using. The armor makes them stronger and tougher, but trip them up and they're easy targets. Use non-lethal weaponry like the foam pellets and have the Lambo turn on their anti-fire systems. Flood the chambers and hallways that we don't attack people in, and all non-essential hallways and corridors as well. Locate the Hydra transports and hit them with everything that we've got. I want everyone who's capable of using the White Stars suited up ASAP. Once we've chased away the transports, the behemoth will drop to 100 meters and the White Stars are going to drop. We're not using the air cycles. Arm all the cycles. I'm going to need all available hands to chase off the transports and their air support, Carol explained. Asterisk. Despite the fortified doors that held her inside the tiny chamber, the woman known as Betty Ross could hear the sounds of heavy fighting outside of her holding cell. After countless months spent cooped up inside the adamantium fortified cell, the powerful woman knew that her freedom was finally at hand. Once free, she'd finally have a chance to see the man she loved. Yes, she would thank her liberators, then she'd rip them in half if they got in her way. Hopefully they were smart enough to not get in her way. Asterisk. Then Betty Ross became the She-Hulk during Ultimate Hulk vs. Wolverine. She wasn't happy that Fury had sent Wolverine to kill Bruce. The Hulk had gone to India/Tibet and learned to control his rage. But Wolverine shows up and they start a fight. Wolverine gets ripped in half, then the She-Hulk Betty steals the new Hulk serum and uses it on herself, joins the fun. Ultimately Hulk and She-Hulk fight and reconcile, but Wolverine gets captured by Fury. Fury allows Wolverine to escape, tails him, captures She-Hulk, and uses her as leverage against the Hulk. That's about where things end up, as no one really knows where the She-Hulk is, and like the 616 She-Hulk, Betty can't turn back. Dreaming Fox Chapter 10 Chapter 10 Author's Notes. Thanks to my new beta Chariston Draconis, I am still looking for another beta, someone who knows Marvel, in particular the Ultimate Universe. But I'm not sweating it that much. I had considered scouring my manga/online collection for random heroes to fill out the Japanese roster, but that'll be a different work, eventually. This is Ultimate Ranma, and I'm not going to bother with too many X-overs right now. Yes, that means that Echo's Eye's appearances are going to be limited. I've used him too much in some of my other fics actually. Oh, and no, Ryoga is not going to appear in this fic. Sorry. I like the guy enough, but he's just not going to fit in with things. Again, I use him way too much in my other fics. Do expect some more Ultimate Marvel characters to pop up, but I'm pretty set on the main cast of this fic centering on Ranma and Peter for now. There might be arcs that focus on other characters, but this fic is primarily about Ranma's new adventures. The sound of laser fire ran through the secret installation as Hydra and its sub-branch known as AIM fought their way through the handful of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and each other. Outnumbered and outgunned, The remaining S.H.I.E.L.D. agents slowly retreated towards the central corridors. They want us to flood all non-essential corridors. The acting commander shouted as she fired several rounds of her laser rifle at the still squabbling invaders at the other end of the corridor. "Yes, ma'am," the veteran on the comm confirmed. Jennifer Walters was not happy. Not only had she been arrested for falsely selling the super soldier serum, though she had been purchasing an illegal bootleg of Star Wars from a Chinese dealer, she'd been shipped to Lambo to deal with a new super soldier program, working specifically with the real traitor, Betty Ross. Just as we were about to crack the catalyst that Ross used to, the tall brunette grumbled. "Ma'am?" The bald agent at the comm replied. "Nothing," Jennifer grumbled as she stood up and discharged her rifle, nailing an AIM soldier. "Flood the corridors." "Yes, ma'am." "Flood the corridors," he repeated as he relayed the orders. "Why the hell am I acting commander?" Jennifer mumbled as she pulled a special grenade out of her pack. "Retreat." The three S.H.I.E.L.D. agents happily obliged as they rushed into the adjoining corridor. Slipping behind the door, the brunette pulled the pin. Throwing the special grenade into the knee-deep water, she hit the control panel for the door, forcing it shut. Taking several steps back, she heard the grenade go off. The icy residue that formed on the door told her all she needed to know about the effectiveness of the grenade. Hopefully that would buy her forces enough time for the reinforcements to arrive. "Johnson's out," the bald agent stated. "We need to get him to the infirmary." "The infirmary's flooded," Walters stated. "We need to get to Lab 77. The super soldier lab. They must be after the serum," the acting commander stated. As the highest-ranking officer, it didn't matter that she was a scientist first, and a field agent last. It was her duty to protect the base's secrets. Adamantium processing was one of Lambo Base's primary functions. It was also the home to the current Weapon XI program, which included the super soldier serum that Betty Ross had perfected for herself and for Betty Ross, aka the She-Hulk. They've already got all that tech, and now they want the serum. The bald agent grunted as he carried his unconscious companion. "First we get banished to Antarctica, now this," Agent Smith grunted. "Somebody hates us." "Shut up," Walters shouted. "We need to get to Lab 77. We're outmanned and outgunned. Their tech is giving them an advantage over us. If we head to the lab, we can tend to our injured and use the mass-produced RHINO armors to repel the invaders." "Ma'am, word from Lambo is that they're down to only a dozen or so active agents," the agent at the comm said, informing the former acting director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and now commander of the Behemoth. "They're gathering in Lab 77. It's the most fortified position in the entire base." "What were they working on in Lab 77? Carol Danvers asked. Though she was supposed to be providing Lambo Base with support, she had yet to read the entire file on the secret base. Lab 77 was working on the Weapon XI project. The blonde blinked. "Lambo Base is working on the weapon project?" "Part of it, ma'am. The specifics are classified, so I'm not sure which part they were working on. Damn, it's Antarctica. It has to be something major, the blonde surmised. Get me Agent Zero, now. It didn't take long for the lone mutant on board to appear. After all, teleporting was his specialty. Even with his inhibitor color, the pale-skinned mutant could cover short distances. But with the commander's authority, Zero could travel greater distances, enough to get down to the continental shelf. There was a reason why he was banished to Antarctica after all, as he was an unstable element with questionable loyalties. But stuck in the tiny behemoth and in Antarctica limited his options severely. If you're going to teleport directly into Landmo base, you're going to need a pressurized suit, ma'am, the Lone Strike Agent, Agent Williams suggested. They are technically on the bottom of the ocean after all. How many captured suits did we bring with us? The blonde asked. 6. Have 5 more agents suit up. We'll port down to Lab 77 once everyone's suited up, she ordered. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In a past life the fiery redhead had been a nobody. Well, technically she was still a nobody. As one of the many nameless agents employed by AIM, the once nerdy and geeky girl had a chance to vent her rage against the unfair world. Though she still lacked the superpowers that she dreamed of, the advanced technology that she was equipped with by AIM gave her sufficient strength and durability, and the plasma rifle, well, that gave her the ability to wreak some revenge against the world. After all, it wasn't her fault that she wasn't stacked like a busty, leggy supermodel. Hell, she would have been happy being on the cheerleading squad back in high school. But no, she was mildly athletic, but not overly so. And she lacked the figure and curves of that the more popular girls had. And it wasn't her fault that she was the only one who dared to join Hydra, and then left when the first Madam Hydra had been busted during the failed attempt to take over Stark Towers. Well, she wasn't the only one, but she had been the only female that had joined the upstart AIM. The lone girl among a sea of geeky and disenfranchised men, and she still failed to attract any attention from someone with a Y chromosome. As the only person wearing a single quote S distinctive yellow uniform. A uniform that made everyone who looked at her think that she was just one of the boys. Mary McFerrin was definitely attracting a lot of attention, oh, not the right kind. Die! She shouted as she blasted away at the green sweet Hydra agents behind her. Yes, she always wanted attention, but this was definitely not the kind she wanted. Sloshing through the water ankle-deep water, she somehow managed to dodge the return fire. Turning a corner, she hoped that her semi-athletic past would allow her to survive the very ill-advised attack on S.H.I.E.L.'s stupid Landmo base. Lost and separated from her squad, well, what was left of her squad, the redhead dashed down the corridor. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this is not good, Agent Smith grumbled as he sedated Agent Johnson. We've closed off almost all the corridors, but they're still advancing. At this rate we'll be overrun before any backup arrives. Keep your cool, Agent, Jennifer ordered as she looked at the display. It was just as Agent Smith had said. SHIELD and strike forces were being overrun. We've managed to buy some time by flooding all non-essential corridors, but AIM is equipped for an underwater battle and so is Hydra. The freeze bombs have managed to keep them at bay, but we're running low on ammo. Tell me something I don't know, Agent Smith grumbled. I'm going to have to use this, the scientist-turned-soldier said, slowly convincing herself of the need to use the untested serum on herself. With all due respect, ma'am, the muscular agent objected. As the ranking officer, you shouldn't be testing it on ourself. Jen nodded. True, but this formula is designed for a woman. As the only woman here, well, I'm the obvious candidate. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. They've flooded the corridors, the bald Hydra agent at the com stated. I can see that, the current Madam Hydra grumbled. What of the traitors? They're advancing on one of the labs as well as the command center, the second helmsman explained. Keep them from salvaging anything, the green-haired woman ordered. I'd rather SHIELD and strike keep things than letting those traitors get anything of use. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. A wave of pain coursed through her body as her body adapted to the untested serum. Muscle's fiber was ripped apart only to be rebuilt stronger. Bones and tendons were strengthened and fortified, increasing her durability and toughness. Every cell was rebuilt, improving her even as it sent unbelievable pain through her body. Suddenly it was all over. Ma'am, are you all right? Jennifer nodded shockily even as she thought to get to her feet. Yeah, she finally replied, noting her deeper voice. What's the situation? Hydra's content to pin us down here, Agent Smith informed her. AIM forces are going after the adamantium processing center on the bottom level but are trying to hack the door. It also appears as though the Hydra forces are going after She-Hulk. They're trying to hack the door as well, but it appears as though Hydra and AIM are interfering with each other's attempts to force the doors. Give me the schematics of this floor and the one above, the energized scientist and soldier ordered. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. There was an obvious reason why Peter wore his mask. Well, why he wore the Spider-Man mask. Yes, it was great at protecting his identity, and great for picking up chicks too. But the second, well, third reason why he wore the mask was because he wasn't a great actor. Sure, he could still crack jokes and puns, but he just couldn't act. Watching the big-tailed boy that was supposed to have handed him his ass the past couple of days as the Japanese boy sat with him and Kitty, another victim of Ranma's supposed attacks as though nothing happened, was slowly eating at the young genius. How the hell could Ranma be enemies with someone moment and then be best friends the next? Then again, Ranma wasn't doing anything but sitting beside Kong. Well, he was staring down anyone who dared to throw something at Kitty or at the group as they sat around the school's resident mutant. Had Ranma really been brainwashed? Could that alone explain why he appeared so social at school yet was a serious threat outside of it? Something wrong, Peter? A rather icy Gwen asked. Normally the blonde would be seated right next to her boyfriend. Normally. Today definitely wasn't normal. Yeah, what's up with you two? Ranma asked as he glanced at the separated couple. You two usually exemplify the Japan's view of Americans, yet today, Japan's view of Americans? MJ asked. What's the term? Public displays of affection? Kong snickered. Scratch that. He's not acting like a friend at all. He's rubbing it in, Peter thought as he tried to make eye contact with his girlfriend. He's right, a new voice interjected. Everyone looked up, only to find Flash Thompson and his cadre of jocks. You two are usually all over each other, acting like a pair of love-struck brother and sister, the jock added. Ranma glanced at Peter, then Gwen, then back to Peter. Maybe I lost something in the translation, but was that a rip on you two? He's referring to the fact that we live together, under the same roof, Gwen said, informing the big-tailed boy of the supposed inside joke. Still don't get it, Ranma added. They're living like brother and sister but are making out like, one of the jocks muttered, trying to explain the joke only to back Peter stand up. Still don't get it, Ranma stated as he shook his head. Man, Americans really are meatheads. Well, not all of them. He turned to Peter and the others. Just the jocks. It is jocks, right? Kong nodded. No wonder they say that jocks have heads like rocks, or something like that, the big-tailed boy replied. Before any of his subordinates could act, Flash held out his arm. Clearly he'd learned something from the debacle the other day. We're not here to start trouble, Flash announced. I'm here to speak with Ranma. No, the big-tailed boy replied. I'm not gonna help you score with Miki. Miki? Gwen asked. The new girl from Japan, MJ answered. Why else would the alpha jock come to the little Japanese guy that he doesn't like? Kitty smirked. How? Flash gasped. I caught you stealing glances at her, Ranma explained. No, she's not my type, but no, I'm not going to help you. I don't do well with helping people with relationships. Heck, I'm more prone to wrecking relationships. So, my best advice is for you to stay as far away from me as possible if you really like her. Everyone looked at the big-tailed boy skeptically. So is that why? Mary Jane said, leaving the rest of the question unsaid. Things happen, Peter offered. Living a double life like he did. He was an expert at people walking in on him at the wrong time and misinterpreting things. Doesn't mean it's what you think happened. Wait, Gwen interjected. If you're bad for relationships, why are you around us? Ranma blinked, quickly glancing between the feuding Peter and Gwen. The big-tailed boy paused. Am I part of your relationship? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Rogue couldn't help but feel a bit sick. It wasn't the food, which was bad even for military standards. Nor was it the fact that she and the rest of the superheroes had their butts handed to them 2 days in a row. No, it was the knowledge that she'd nearly done the horizontal embada with the man/boy that had beaten her and her friends up. Granted, it wasn't like he was abusive or anything, they just weren't sure which side he was on. No, it was the fact that she'd been physically violated. True, she hadn't been in control of herself when it had happened, and neither was he apparently. But, well, there just wasn't any way you could spin the situation, as there just wasn't a bright side or silver lining in this case. Actually, Jean said, interrupting Marion's inner thoughts, there is a bright side to this. Rogue's head slumped down. I didn't need my telepathy to know what you're thinking, the redhead stated. The look on your face says it all. Rogue glared at her former teammate. It doesn't help that both Iron Man and War Machine recorded what little they saw of the incident, the younger mutant stated. I'm never going to look at cats the same way. Not only do I turn into a guy when I get splashed with hot water, now I'm gonna go act like a cat when I'm around one too long. We don't know how long you'll retain those, powers, Jean said as she tried to console the younger woman. This is just wrong, the brunette grumbled. I'm so gonna kick his sorry ass the next time I see him. Storm chuckled. It does surprise me that you gained a form of his curse, as well as some of his memories, yet did not acquire his skills. And then there is the fact that you cannot touch him. If one were to believe in a higher being, one might think that this is fate. You're perfect together, Jean teased. Now you can both get in a hot shower together or go for a nice dip in the river or ocean. Rogue, trembling with righteous fury, stood up. I'm so gonna kick your asses. Ranma was a man amongst men. As such, there were a few things that he didn't like doing. Though his father had taught him the crouch of the wounded tiger, there were only a few people that he had ever had to use that move on, and none of them were alive. Yet despite his recent sins, the proud martial artist just couldn't bring himself to use that move, not to someone he barely knew. And of course there was the fact that he really didn't know where she lived. Having lost the Juggernaut's mutant sensor, there were few leads for the big-tailed youth to take. Despite his speed, Ranma knew that he couldn't follow Kitty, especially as she phased through various walls, floors, and ceilings to get away from him. Still, the brunette wasn't great against a determined pursuer such as Ranma. Not to mention that he had her address as well. That always made things easier. But it didn't matter. Ranma knew that he wasn't ready to prostrate himself before the brunette, and he really didn't want to do it before the large boy that usually accompanied her. No, now was not the right time for various reasons. There were times when young Peter Parker really wanted to redesign his mask. Sure, it kept his enemies from seeing his eyes, and it didn't obstruct his breathing, but it did make it all the harder to get something to eat. That design flaw did keep him from making too much of a mess on his costume. Unless of course he got thrown into the dumpster or a food stand. Clinging to the wall as he was though, he couldn't help but wonder if maybe he could redesign his mask. "You're holding those wrong," the long-haired man standing beneath him suggested. "Your grip is all wrong and you're using the wrong fingers. I can't believe you managed to jump around the city and yet you can't hold chopsticks. Just get me a fork," the masked vigilante grumbled as he set the wooden utensils down. The raven-haired man smirked, shaking his head as he tossed the web-slinger a pair of plastic utensils. "So why are you in Chinatown again? I know that our General Tsu's chicken is good, and a lot of people come here for it, but this is the first rooftop delivery I've had to make. But since it's you, I'll make an exception. Thanks, Shankai. You're the best," the masked hero stated as he ripped open the plastic cover on the spork. "I can't give this meal to you for free though," the master martial artist stated. 12:57. Spider-Man froze. "Seriously? After everything we've been through together?" Shankai simply stared at him. "I left my money in my other outfit," Spidey said. "I'll pay you back next time." The raven-haired man smiled. "So why are you here? You remember how you promised that you'd show me some moves way back when? And I taught you the white ape attack," the shrewd martial artist retorted. "You know how Iron Fist does his thing where he can rip through a door with a single punch? Yeah? It drains him though, doesn't it?" Digging into his order, Spider-Man took a sporkful of food. "Yeah. Is it possible for him to do it all the time?" "No," another voice cut in, "I can't do it all the time. It takes a lot of training and focus to produce one powerful punch, and depending on how powerful the attack, it can severely drain me." "Danny, what are you doing here?" Spider-Man asked as he set his spork down and grabbed the soda. "You know you can stand or sit like a normal person, right?" the man also known as Iron Fist asked. "None," the youth replied. "That'd ruin the whole spider mystique." "So you finally ran into a martial artist that got the drop on you?" Shankai said with a slight smile. "He didn't get the drop on me. He kicked my ass," Spider-Man exclaimed. "He didn't just kick my ass, he beat up the Ultimates, twice, and whatever's left of the X-Men, twice. He ripped up a clone of the Hulk." Danny Rand blinked. "You're sure he's normal? That does sound unbelievable," Shankai added. "Other than turning into a girl when he gets splashed with water. Yeah, totally normal and a master at martial arts that went berserk when a cat was put into his face." Danny froze. "Mako Ken. What's that?" Spider-Man asked as he noted the frightened look on the master martial artist's face. "The ultimate technique," Shankai elaborated. "It's supposed to be unattainable, or to make the user go insane," the blonde martial artist added. "Just what do they do to make them go insane?" an intrigued Spider-Man asked. "They fill a pit with cats," the raven-haired man said grimly. "That's not so bad. Then they take the subject, tie fish sausages to him, and throw him into the pit with the cats," Danny finished. "If that doesn't work, and it usually doesn't, They get tied down with catnip and the process is repeated until the subject finally masters the technique, Shankai stated, suppressing a shudder. Man, and I thought turning into a girl was bad, Spider-Man grumbled as he shoved another sporkful of food into his mouth. This I gotta see, the blonde master martial artist said as he shook his head skeptically. That's not normal at all, Shankai added. You should have seen Rogue as a guy, the masked hero deadpanned. Asterisk 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 in the time that the grizzled veteran had been in command. Hell, in the time that he'd enlisted as a soldier, Colonel Nick Fury knew that there were good days and that there were bad days. With every battle there were small victories and defeats, regardless of the overall outcome. The fact that Lambeau Base had been attacked was definitely a bad thing, as was the loss of over 24 strike and shield agents. But if anyone could turn the situation around, it was Fury. Yes, Nick Fury was excellent at making negatives into positives and turning losses into victories. Hopefully the two newest additions could help fill out the Ultimates. What's your assessment on their abilities? He asked his lone companion. They're strong, but nothing I couldn't handle, the bald man stated. Few people can match your strength, the colonel retorted. True, the taller man replied. Ms. Marvel, as you've dubbed her, is strong, but we've yet to reach the upper limits of her full potential. She's a capable flyer, but some more training with Iron Man and War Machine should help her get the finer points down. She appears to be very durable, and her ability to absorb energy seems to help increase her physical strength as well, which is why we don't know the full extent of her strength. Fury nodded. Walters is stronger and faster than Cap, but she's a thinker like me, not a natural fighter like he is. Still, with enough training she should exceed him in no time. You're fine with your cousin doing what she did. She's not my cousin. But compared to what Ms. Ross, it's nothing, Murdoch stated. No, she's not your cousin Robert, but she, in a manner of speaking, she is, Fury said coolly. I'm just a clone, Colonel, Robert replied. No, you're not just a clone, Robert. You're a clone of the Hulk, and you have the mind of Robert Bruce Banner. You have all of his power and control as well as his memories. But regardless of your restraint, you know that you have his faults as well. I just want to make sure that you're up for the task that's ahead. You want the Ultimates to take former acting director Danvers and Ms. Walters to apprehend the She-Hulk and the self-proclaimed Titania, Robert concluded. I want them on point, Fury stated. If their powers prove to be unstable, then I want the Ultimates to complete the job. We're going to get the She-Hulk, Kraven, the Weapon Plus subject, and Titania from Hydra. We can't let them keep the results of those programs. The monster known as Robert nodded. Oh, and I'm going to ask the Japanese for some assistance, Fury added. Asterisk 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 A/, then I think I'll just leave things where they're at for now. Please read and review. Dreaming Fox asterisk chapter 11 asterisk Chapter 11 Author's Note: Sorry for the seemingly long gap between updates. I'm sure some of you have noticed that I've updated some of my other fics that have not had as much love from me lately. Yeah, I'm trying to balance the updating on the 4 fics, but my writing seems to write itself at times. And when that happens, I tend to just go with the flow of the writing. But I'm back, sort of. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It was odd. That was the best way Ranma could describe the way he felt about being back on the SHIELD helicarrier. Surrounded as he was by the various superheroes, some of whom he'd beaten up not too long ago and most of whom were wearing masks or costumes, and the somewhat intimidating head of SHIELD was odd too. It almost felt like the many voluptuous women were expecting something out of him, which was never good, as women tended to want only one thing out of him. Well, maybe a few things out of him. But that was never good, especially if it was Akan and cooking had been involved. Never one to apologize, the big-tailed martial artist calmly stood in the midst of the super-powered heroes, not even daring to mention their past run-ins. Having thought many of the people he considered his friends and peers regularly, the big-tailed youth simply thought nothing of the fact that those same people could go from trying to beat him up and even kill him to completely sociable and even friendly, even while they conspired against him. Compared to that, standing among the various heroes was almost normal. Absently listening to the briefing, he stole casual glances at the assembled costumed figures: Storm, Marvel Girl, Rogue, Ben Grimm, Murdoch, Iron Man, War Machine, Captain America, Hawkeye, Spider, Zarda, Black Widow, and the Wasp were all recognizable, but the 2 new women, Ms. Marvel and the United States Agent, they were mysteries. The Hydra base itself is unknown, Fury stated as he finally finished describing the layout of the land around the hidden base. But considering that it's Hydra, you can expect the doors to be fitted with rental scanners. Entry points are probably here, and here, and the launch bay is here. Ranma listened as Fury explained the plan of having the Ultimates, Ms. Marvel, and the United States Agent distract the bulk of the Hydra agents while the handful of X-Men and Ranma infiltrated through a secondary entry. Listening to his role in the whole affair, Ranma paged through a bad American comic. No wonder the West thought that cartoons and comics were for kids. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Rogue couldn't help but glare at the big-tailed boy as he carelessly paged through the comic. Everything about him irritated her. His casualness and inability to take anything seriously, his disregard for authority, his arrogant confidence, and how he refused to apologize to them for what he'd done to them all, and to her. She hated the fact that he somehow passed on his curse to her. Glaring at the overconfident martial artist, she continued to listen to the briefing. Yes, Ranma was off limits, but that didn't mean she couldn't set him up to fail. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jean had a headache. There were times when Jean hated being the foremost and most powerful telepath in the world. Today was one of those moments. It didn't take a powerful telepath to tell what Rogue was thinking. The invisible daggers that she threw at Ranma were enough to raise the tension in the entire briefing room. Yet somehow the mysterious martial artist was completely ignorant and unaffected by the venomous looks that she was giving him. Oh, if only the same could be said of what she was feeling and sensing from her clearly upset teammate. Yes, she definitely had to talk with Rogue about her attitude towards the once brainwashed martial artist. And perhaps with Storm as well. It was the older woman's fault that Rogue was so irritated by Ranma after all. Having spent so much time with and around high-level martial artists, Ranma was used to traveling at a martial artist's pace. True, they were in the mountains, but he was used to traveling through the wilderness at a quick pace as necessary. Unfortunately, he wasn't traveling with other martial artists at the time. Yes, they were super-powered, but they lacked the finesse, dexterity and skill to move through the forest quickly and silently. If not for the special stealth suits that the ex-ladies were wearing, Ranma was sure that they would have triggered several of the automated defenses. Seriously, how could you miss a metal tree? Especially when all the animals avoided the tree and when there were piles of dead birds scattered around it. Clearly it was some sort of anti-air system designed to take out flyers and birds. That's our entrance, Ranma suggested as he pointed to an obvious air vent. Yes, geniuses could be total idiots. But Fury wanted us to enter through the hidden entrance up there. Rogue pointed to the cliff in the distance. Sure. You can enter up there if you want to, but at the rate that you girls are going we're going to be late, Ranma retorted. We'd get there if we flew, Rogue grumbled. Yeah, and then you'd trigger the automated defenses and draw attention to our little group as well, the big-tailed boy stated as he pointed out the dead birds. Clearly you capes are stronger than you are smart. What was that, you little runt? Rogue shouted even as Jean and Storm moved to restrain her from assaulting their current teammate. I think the air's getting to your head, Ranma shot back. Or not in your case. Unable to hold her powerful teammate back, Jean crumbled to the ground as the mental strain overwhelmed her. Charging ahead, Rogue threw a powerful overhead right at the shorter boy. Skillfully catching her powerful fist, Ranma fell back and rolled as he planted his left knee into Rogue's stomach while using his right foot to pivot as he sent the young mutant flying right into the cover of the air vent. The thin aluminum gave way to the powerful mass that collided with it, sending the mutant into the dark depths of the air shaft. I guess she wanted to go in first, Ranma stated as he jumped to his feet quickly. Nimbly he rushed in after Rogue, leaping feet first into the gaping maw of the air vent. The woman once known as Jennifer Walters was impressed. Not only had her formula vindicated her from the false accusations that Betty Ross had leveled at her, but it also had given her the new, powerful body that she now had. True, she wasn't as strong as the Hulk or She-Hulk, but she was nearly a match for Captain America. Unfortunately all her data had been destroyed in the fight in Lando base, but she was confident that she could recreate the formula to work on others eventually. But that wasn't her primary concern right now. Watching as Captain America flung his shield at the group of Hydra agents before them, she noted how the man somehow managed to get his shield to return to his hands after ricocheting off the chest of some wayward Hydra agent. Though she was slowly getting the hang of her new, stronger body, the former scientist knew that one day she would be on par with the original super soldier, but until then she would have to settle for simply stealing the shield from a Hydra agent and bashing him over the head with it. Besides, despite her newly acquired strength and endurance, it was her brains and intellect that were her greatest assets. Although she did have a great ass as well now, what woman didn't want a nice ass and full, perky breasts? Rogue wanted to shout. She wanted to yell. Falling down a vertical shaft in nearly complete darkness tended to do that to a person. Yet just as she opened her mouth to shout, she felt a weight hit her, knocking the air out of her lungs. The sound of air escaping her mouth was quickly stopped though as a firm hand clamped down on her mouth. "Wow," a familiar yet very annoying voice said. "Don't scream and I'll let you go." Ignoring his request, she licked his hand. "You?" he exclaimed, pulling his hand away from her mouth. "That's so disgusting." Wiping his wet hand on her hair, he slowly twisted once again. Spreading his arms out, he barely touched the edge of the shaft, slowing his descent. "You bastard," she cursed. "I'll have you know that my parents were legally married before I was conceived. By the way, if you want to slow down, you might want to flatten out and reach out for the edge of the vent, though with your thick skull you could easily make it through the fan that's coming up." Rogue growled even as she reached out and touched the cool metal. Unsure if she would be able to endure colliding with the vent's fan, she hoped that Ranma had a plan. She'd definitely get back at him for this. Madam Hydra was happy. Not only had Hydra's radon shield and strike slam base been successful, but they had managed to acquire 2 subjects who had been injected with the super soldier serum. True, the She-Hulk was nearly as vicious as her former lover, but the other subject, the one dubbed Titania, she was just as strong, if not stronger. True, her transformation had been unstable and unpredictable at first, but the use of the special nanobots had helped stabilize her body as well as allowing Hydra to control the former AIM agent. With the 2 super-powered women in her control, Hydra would be a force to be reckoned with. But that wasn't enough. No, once they perfected the female super soldier formula, she could create an army of the super strong women. Such an army would be unstoppable. "Man," a nameless Hydra agent said as the alarms came on. "We're under attack." "Obviously," the green-haired woman replied. "Can you tell me who's attacking us?" "It's the Ultimates," the unfortunate agent answered. "Shield and Strike agents are backing them up, but it's primarily the Ultimates. And where are they attacking us?" "They're forcing their way through the hangar bay." Tag all available forces fortify the main passage, the woman ordered. We can't afford to lose She-Hulk or Titania until we've managed to extract enough of the serum from both of them. Tag She-Hulk and Titania ready for transport. Tag X-23 and the hunters accompany me. We'll take the hidden underground shuttle. Tag everyone else evacuate to Site 77. Oh, and tag Kraven deployed to defend the hangar bay. Asterisk 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 asterisk, look what you did to us, Rogue grumbled as she fumbled around in the darkness. Having broken through the slowly rotating fen, the quartet of supposedly stealthy individuals found themselves in a dark tunnel. Hey, we were tasked with trying to infiltrate the place and noticed, and well, no one seems to know that we're here, Ranma retorted. So where are we? Storm asked from behind the younger mutant. It looks like we're in a tunnel, almost feels like a transport tunnel, the big-tailed boy answered. So they have another way out of their stronghold, Jean concluded. I wonder where it heads to. That's probably for S.H.I.E.L.D. to find out, the martial artist shrugged. Though the redhead usually didn't like to read the minds of the people that she was deployed on a mission with, she just couldn't help but read the surface thoughts of the young man before her. Having fought him twice in the past week, she and the others had been reluctant to accept that he had been asked to assist them with their current mission. Having previously delved into his mind before though, she was reluctant to do anything beyond reading his surface thoughts. Yet even that had been, well, unusual. Most young men that were trying to kill them often thought of how they were going to kill them, yet Ranma hadn't been like that. He truly seemed to enjoy, even thrive as he fought them in what they took as a life-or-death situation during both previous encounters. And working with them as he was, he had shown great restraint as he did not try to imagine the women naked as so many others did. Hell, even Spider-Man still did that occasionally, though the skin-tight outfits that they wore and their naturally curvy bodies did seem to make it easy for any hormonal teenage boy to make that leap. Then again, Ranma really wasn't your typical teenage boy. Not only had he apparently dedicated his entire life to his art, but he also turned into a girl. That, more than anything, probably shifted his view of the fairer sex, just as it was changing Rogue's outlook on the world now that she occasionally turned into a guy. No, what she wanted to know was if he was sorry for his actions. If he wasn't, then perhaps he did harbor some resentment towards either the Americans or towards mutants, and the brainwashing or reprogramming had been minor enough to not change his personality, merely just enough to provoke him to act out when he normally might not have. Or was he just the type who enjoyed fighting? Unfortunately, Ranma appeared to be very hard to read. Most people seemed to think of one thing, especially when they were on the job, yet Ranma was clearly not like normal people. And it wasn't as though he had many tangent thoughts running through his mind either. No, Ranma was devoid of surface thoughts. Once he analyzed something, he had his mind and body sets flash programmed. If something came up that changed the situation, he quickly analyzed the situation and readjusted to adapt. No wasted thoughts seemed to float through his mind, a testament to his many years of training and dedication to his art. In that regard, he was very much like and yet very different from Logan. Both were trained and fairly disciplined, though Ranma clearly was on another level. Logan was renowned for being savage and feral, acting on instinct rather than thinking things through. They were so similar yet so different. As though to prove her assessment, Ranma stopped as something new changed the situation and a bright light appeared in the up ahead. "Looks like we were in the right place at the right time," Ranma stated as he spotted several shadowy figures approaching. "Or in the wrong place at the wrong time, one or the other." Asterisk 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 asterisk. Not too long ago, former acting director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Carol Danvers would have condemned all the so-called superheroes as being nothing more than glorified adrenaline junkies. Actually, not much changed since she had apparently gained her own powers. Sure, not all of the spandex-clad individuals were adrenaline junkies. Captain America was definitely a man who strongly believed in his country and what his country stood for, but some clearly were wearing their respective masks to protect their civilian identities. They were able to do things publicly that their civilian alter egos couldn't. Almost like how the anonymity of the internet made those stupid hackers who posted clearly photoshopped pictures of the many superheroines nude on the internet. Well, maybe they did have incentive to keep the posts anonymous, as those women could do unspeakable things to them should they ever find out who was posting those doctored images of them online. Still, the internet seemed to embolden those brazen hackers who had somehow managed to post those images while also protecting their identities. Imagining that each of the unfortunate masked men in green outfits was one of those anonymous hackers, the woman dubbed Ms. Marvel vented her frustrations. Even as the acting director of S.H.I.E.L.D., she'd not been able to get the many tech-savvy agents hunt down the anonymous hackers that had posted those clearly doctored pictures of her on the internet. Yes, it wasn't a matter of national security, but it did affect the morale of the women working in S.H.I.E.L.D., as even they weren't safe from sexual harassment. Slamming her fist into the chest of an armored Hydra agent, she felt the armor break and his ribs crack as she sent him flying. A powerful blast of plasma hit her square in her 30-60 single quotes, not even singing her newly made outfit that clung to her new assets. Though she was unused to her newly found powers, she knew that the blast wouldn't hurt her, though it did bring her attention to the unfortunate Hydra agent with the smoking plasma rifle. Slapping the weapon aside, she grabbed the startled man by the scruff edge of his chest plate. Having absorbed the energy of the plasma blast, she threw the man aside, knocking down several more Hydra agents. Even without the plasma energy enhancing her muscles, Ms. Marvel knew that she was strong enough to at least go a few rounds with Nerd Hulk and possibly with the real Hulk as well. Still, knowing and showing her newfound abilities and strengths were two different things. Too bad for the poor Hydra agents that she was sent here to test her abilities against them. Another plasma blast hit her exposed back, not even disturbing her long golden locks. Feeling the excess energy coursing through her body, she flexed her muscles even as she turned around to address the new threat. The burst of energy that escaped her though was a surprise to her and everyone around her, as the excess energy was redirected towards all the Hydra agents around her, knocking them over and overloading their weapons. HMM, Robert Murdoch exclaimed as he slammed his huge fists into the ground. That's an interesting ability. We'll definitely have to study that later. Rising up into the air, the blonde heroine's smile never left her face as she focused on the overwhelmed Hydra agents beneath her. Maybe there was something to being a masked heroine. Asterisk, 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 I gotta ask, the big-tailed boy said as he waved and bobbed, nimbly avoiding the many green armored figures that filled the underground passage. How long do you guys actually train to fight in those monkey suits? I mean, seriously, you couldn't hit the broadside of a barn in those things. Do those outfits even help? Slipping under a glowing mace, Ranma swept the feet out from under an unfortunate jump, just in time for the unfortunate agent to be hit with a blast of plasma from another agent. Ever the expert on dealing with overwhelming numbers, Ranma simply moved on from one opponent to the next slowly, whittling down the numbers against him. Somebody shut him up, a green-haired woman shouted, absently looking at the woman even as he dodged another blast of plasma. Ranma shook his head. You guys are, what's the word? Pussy hooped. I think that's the phrase. Oh, I'm not completely sure since my command of American English is kinda, well, weak. A swift kick to the face sent an armored figure flying. At least I'm not as weak as you losers though. Ducking under a diagonal strike, Ranma casually grabbed another Hydra agent's arm, forcing him into the path of the glowing mace. Even with that armor you guys can't do anything. Are you sure it's turned on or that you've got fully charged packs? Maybe it's defective. Pulling the shield away from another agent, he flung it in a modest attempt to imitate Captain America, pulling over several armored fighters and leaving a clear path to the woman with green hair. Titania, take care of that loud-mouthed lout, Madam Hydra ordered as she shot at Storm, who gracefully flew out of the way even as she blasted the room with cold, Arctic winds. X-23, take care of the X-Men. As commanded, the two Titanic women moved to engage their assigned targets. What was your name? Ranma asked as he ducked under a vicious overhead right that would have probably taken his head off. Titanic? Like the cruise ship? Ducking under another punch, he danced around her. Landing on a Hydra agent, he looked her in the eye as she turned around. Kicking off of the stunned figure, he launched himself over Titania. You know, they made that movie about it, the one where that rich chick hooks up with that poor guy who dies for her when the ship sinks. That's Titanic, right? Out of the corner of his eye, Ranma noticed how difficult the X-Men, woman, seemed to be handling their nimble little hostess. Grabbing a mace from one of the many unconscious Hydra agents, Ranma flipped through the air before throwing the charged-up weapon at the wild-looking girl. Not expecting to hit her, He simply bought the X-Men a brief respite, allowing them to gather themselves as they reconsidered their options against the Clawed Girl. Landing on top of another Hydra agent, Ranma liberated him of his mace and shield. Kicking the armored figure into his companions, the big-tailed boy threw the mace at the ceiling. Rolling under another right-left combo by the towering woman, Ranma caught the mace and threw it at the ceiling again. Standing up, he bobbed and weaved, easily avoiding her powerful punches as he waited for the mace to descend right onto the powerful woman's head, knocking her off balance. "Arg!" she shouted, shrugging off the blow. "So you can talk?" Ranma teased. "I thought you were just another pretty face or just some meathead, but I guess you can talk." "Shut up," Titania growled. "Well," Ranma replied as he spun around another haymaker, "if you can talk, why not talk?" he suggested as he slipped past her guard. "Not with your fists, but with your words," he added. "Shut up." Weaving inside her guard, he smiled. "You already said that," he egged on. "Pretty girl like you should be able to say more than that." Titania blinked. No one had ever called her pretty before. "Why you think I'm pretty?" Ranma nodded. "You're pretty cute," he added. "Redheads are cute, and you're obviously strong. And you've got legs that go forever." Kicking back, he moved away from her, allowing himself to get a better view. Kicking another Hydra agent in the ribs, he sent the poor man flying. "Why, you're not playing with me, are you?" Titania asked. Years of insecurity slowly overrode the control that Madame Hydra had thought she had over the super-powered woman. "I may be, what do they call it, socially inept," Ranma added as he tossed another armored agent, "but I don't lie about things like this. I'm a man amongst men. I don't make girls or women cry." Titania paused, looking at the big-tailed martial artist for the first time. She took in his features. He was definitely cute, handsome even. And he had a great body. He had to if he could move like that and throw armored Hydra agents around like he did. Sure, he was shorter than she was, but most people were now that she had transformed and grown like she had. Blushing, Titania froze, shutting out everything around her as she focused on the cute guy before her. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Rogue was pissed. Here she was, fighting for her life with her fellow X-Men against the armored Hydra agents and their super-powered fighters, while that womanizing martial artist from Japan was flirting with that muscle-bound bitch. Did he have no shame? First he took advantage of her and forced himself on her during their last fight, after flashing Spiderman and Iceman, and now he was hitting on that redhead chick. Taking out her frustrations on the closest Hydra agent, Rogue threw the hapless loser at the little wild-haired girl, forcing the Wolverine wannabe to jump away from Marvel Girl. If the girl was anything like Logan, then her claws were made out of adamantium, and she'd be a great threat in close quarters fighting. Not wanting to get in close with the girl, Rogue grabbed a pair of glowing maces, throwing them at the girl and forcing her into the air. Once airborne, the girl was easy pickings as the resident telekinetic grabbed hold of the girl with her mind and slammed her several more Hydra agents. Using the girl as her personal wrecking ball, Marvel Girl began to knock over the many armored fighters, cutting through them with the girl's adamantium claws and knocking over the towering metal box that Madame Hydra was clearly protecting. A rumbling filled the cavern as whatever was inside tried to force its way out. She-Hulk, Marvel Girl concluded as she tried to form a mental link with her teammates. She must be inside. Picking up the feral girl again, she slammed the girl into the container, claws first, opening a gash in the vibranium container. A few more passes with the clearly enraged girl combined with the savage might of She-Hulk resulted in the container being ripped open, freeing the green-skinned woman from her imprisonment. Slamming the girl into the ceiling, then into the floor, she buried the girl under several 100 pounds of stone and debris. Rogue smirked maliciously as She-Hulk tore through the Hydra agents. The tide had clearly turned in their favor even with that stupid womanizer chasing after every skirt he could see. Ranma shook his head. He wasn't sure why, but clearly he defended some nameless deity in a past life. How else to explain all that happened to and around him? First there was the curse and the fact that water was just drawn to him. And then there was the fact that he just couldn't have any kind of relationship with women. Here he was, sent on some mission for S.H.I.E.L.D. when some pretty chick started hitting on him. Oh, it was much better than her actually hitting him, especially considering how strong she was. He'd even managed to talk her down, but then another woman appeared. Women just didn't like to stay calm around him as the two powerful women started trading blows. Having witnessed countless fights between his multiple fiancées, Ranma had thought that he'd seen everything. Clearly he hadn't seen as much as he thought he had. Then again, his fiancées had been martial artists. They had skills. Well, some of them did. Watching as Titania and She-Hulk traded punches, Ranma shook his head. These women were crazy. Yes, they could dish out the punishment, but how much could they take? The earth-shattering punches that the two powerful women threw at each other and landed on each other shook the earth and cavern, making Ranma wish he'd learned some of the construction techniques that Ryota had picked up. Crap, the big-tailed boy thought as the ceiling began to give. This sucks. A/Then the typical/average American woman is a C-cup. But when you look at superheroines, it's clear that they're above average. Still, the original version of this chapter had Ms. Marvel at 38D, but 3060 is impressive too. Yes, superheroines are free from the laws of gravity in more ways than one. I think I'll just leave things where they're at for now. Please read and review. Dreaming Fox Chapter 12 Chapter 12 Author's Notes. First off, congratulations to the Saints and New Orleans for winning the Super Bowl. It was a good game and great game plan. Now I have more free time on Sundays. It's been a while, but I figured that I might as well answer/reply to some of the reviews. No, Ranma knows that it's Titania, not Titanic. He's just playing around with her. Ranma never thinks of fighting as something serious. Aside from not wanting to lose, he rarely ever thinks of his past fights except to perhaps analyze his opponent's style. No, I am not filling up/replacing the dead fiancés with new fiancés. That doesn't mean that there can't be some mixed signals between Ranma and the super ladies. Ranma did not join S.H.I.E.L.D. He was approached by them to assist them with a mission. Mostly because Fury's got a grudge and wants to see Ranma squirm. But he also wants to see Ranma in action against someone other than the Ultimates. Ranma just doesn't get women despite being female half the time. Thanks for the reviews. Asterisk 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 asterisk. She couldn't believe it when the chips were down that arrogant punk was running. It wasn't like he hadn't endured worse with the Hydra agents shooting at him or when the Ultimates were trading punches with him. But watching two super-powered women fighting made the run for the hills. Rubbing her aching head, the young mutant slowly realized that it was dark out, though at least she wasn't buried under tons of rock. Wait, why wasn't she buried under tons of rock? Focusing on her last memories, Rogue recalled the cavern caving in as Titania and She-Hulk thought. Fortunately, Jean had alerted them to what Ranma had been thinking when he somehow tackled the two superhumanly strong women. The diversion had been enough for a Marvel girl to get herself and Storm into the container. Unfortunately for herself, Rogue had been too preoccupied with Ranma to get undercover on time. Though fortunately for her, she had some of the Juggernaut's enhanced durability. Just not enough of it by the way her head was throbbing. "I see you're finally up," the familiar voice of her arrogant antagonist chimed in, making her head throb. "What the hell happened?" the young mutant growled. "Aside from the entire mountain falling down on us," he replied snidely. "Not sure. I woke up not too long ago." "Where's everybody else?" "No clue," Ranma shrugged. "We're somewhere in the mountains, and it looks like someone dragged us here. Everyone else is fine," a new voice cut in, speaking in clear, crisp Japanese. Though the new speaker was still in the shadows, Ranma recognized the man's voice. "Taro? Taro?" Rogue repeated, flashes of Ranma's memories filling her mind's eyes. "Pantyhose, Taro?" Ranma blinked. Rogue was speaking Japanese. "I'm no longer Pantyhose Taro," the taller man stated. "Tako's eyes has agreed to rename me. Now I am Taru Taro." "So why are you here?" Ranma asked bluntly. "I'm here to collect on the other half of what Tako's eye offered me in exchange for my services," Taro stated. "And what are you here to collect?" Rogue asked. "I'm here for the power that both of you currently wield. You're here because we both, no all of us, were exposed to the gem of Crederick. But only one person can wield all of its powers," the shrewd martial artist concluded. Taro nodded grimly. "I surrender," Ranma stated. This wasn't a fight worth his time. Not to mention that he hated cheap power UPS or the fact that he hated taking orders in general. Not liking the way the martial artist gave up such power so easily, Frederick quickly withdrew the power that he had imbued the pig-tailed boy with. But for someone like Ranma, who had already been pulling his punches against the armored Hydra agents, the loss of power was simply like sneezing, though less messy. Feeling a wave of power energizing them, Rogue and Taro at each other. For Taro the power was part of a bargain he'd made. For Rogue it was something that an admirer had given her. Neither had a right to the power, but both were willing to fight for it. As such, Ranma didn't care about the outcome of the fight other than the fact that eventually he might have to fight either one. Having already defeated the Juggernaut once before, and beaten both fighters before, he was confident in his ability to defeat either of them when they acquired the full powers of Frederick. Taking the initiative, Taro rushed in, throwing a feint with his right hand only to connect with a spinning roundhouse with his left that knocked Rogue down. Though he had only fought Taro in his other form, Ranma knew better than to expect the older fighter to use only power moves. Watching him fight in his human form, it became clear that Taro was much more than just a power puncher. He actually had some skill in Chinese Kempo to back up his powerful muscles. Rogue wouldn't be outdone though. Having absorbed Ranma's memories, the young mutant was undeterred by the fact that she was fighting a skilled and powerful fighter. Rolling to her feet, she assumed a standard fighter's stance. No longer able to rely on her ability to drain whomever she touched or who touched her, she was forced to actually defend and fight. Blocking a powerful kick to the head, she grabbed Taro's ankle, allowing the momentum of the kick to spin her even as she pulled him off his remaining foot and slamming him into and through a mighty oak. For his part, Ranma wasn't allowed to simply watch. Jumping out of the way of the falling tree, he knew that he'd have to keep an eye on the terrain as the two powerful warriors traded blows. Clearly Rogue hadn't learned enough of his personal style, or else she refused to use his moves/styles for whatever reason. While Rogue was swinging for the fence, Taro continued to use basic Kempo against the mutant, though he did favor hitting her on the head a lot. The swift three-hit combo to Rogue's face bloodied her even as he drove her through another tree. The vicious kick to the groin though was just low. Ranma couldn't help but cringe in sympathy as Taro doubled over. Grabbing Rogue's other leg, Taro threw her aside as he sought to recover from the dirty blow. Wiping the blood from her face, Rogue grinned maliciously as she pulled herself up to her feet. Her grin quickly vanished as Taro extracted a thermos and poured the cold water over himself, triggering his transformation. Having witnessed just how powerful Taro was in his human body, Ranma wondered just how much stronger he was in his cursed/monstrous form. Lashing out with one of his many tentacle arms, Taro wrapped the appendage around a tree and quickly hurled it at Rogue. A second appendage wrapped around another tree, then swung at Rogue as she leapt into the air to avoid the first tree. Unable to shift her momentum, Rogue was sent flying before creating a long drench in the muddy earth until she finally came to a stop beneath a huge boulder. Screaming in rage, she got to her feet and kicked off the ground, propelling herself at her opponent. Smashing through the tree that he threw at her, she tackled him to the ground. The pair rolled around, trading vicious blows as any pretense of style and skill was abandoned. Quick yet powerful blows shook the earth as the two rolled down the steep slope of the mountain. Rolling as they were, it was clear to Ranma that the young mutant was at a disadvantage. Each time the pair crashed into either a boulder or tree, it was usually Rogue who bore the brunt of the collision. But at least she'd managed to bloody Taro up as she had butted his oxen nose. Still, it was clear that Rogue was getting the worst of the exchange as Taro's multiple appendages lashed out at her, connecting twice each before Rogue could even land one punch. Yet rather than simply trading blows, Taro sought to pin his opponent. The surprisingly strong and flexible arms punished her as Taro choked her, tied her arms and legs up, and hammered her stomach and face with his punishing fists. Pulling himself to his feet, Taro continued to pummel Rogue, taking advantage of his monstrous form and the greater strength that it possessed. With the outcome of the fight clearly leaning in Taro's favor, Ranma knew that he had to get the big brute to stop before he actually killed the girl. Rushing towards the pair, he knew better than to engage in a direct fight with Taro. "You win," Ranma declared, hoping that would be enough to get Taro to stop, even though he knew that it wouldn't be enough to stop Taro's assault. Seeing the monstrous fighter lash out with a jet of ink was encouraging, though, as Ranma easily avoided the thick, dark liquid as he rushed to Rogue's aid. Jumping up, he latched onto Rogue, wrapping his legs around her hips even as he grabbed hold of her skin-tight outfit. Fortunately, the brutal fight had ripped part of the durable fabric made of unstable molecules, allowing Ranma to rip it further, exposing Rogue's perky 38D single quote S to the young man in a monster's body. Oxen eyes locked onto the fleshy globes as they jiggled before him. A sudden jet of hot blood shot from Taro's already bleeding nose even as his multiple appendages loosened their hold on the now unconscious Rogue. The influx of power from the gem of Kritarik was not enough to overcome Taro's raging hormones, though it prevented him from dying of a loss of blood. Without the higher endurance granted to her from the mystical gem, Rogue's fine features were quickly replaced with red welts and dark bruises. Seeing as how Taro wouldn't be able to help, Ranma sighed. Even though he was saving her life, Ranma knew that Rogue would probably try to kill him afterwards. Asterisk 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 asterisk, she should have known better. Getting into a powerful slug nest in an underground cavern was just plain stupid. Yet there she was, trading blows with Titania. The little bitch had it coming to her. No. The Hulk/Soldier serum that Betty Ross had created was specifically designed to work on her and her alone. Though it had the end result of turning her skin and hair green, it was an added effect that she'd purposely designed to make her resemble the man that she loved. But the stupid wench Walters had taken out the pigment-changing effect. That, combined with the fact that the AIM or Hydra agent had not been the primary subject that the formula was intended for, made the fact that Titania had survived all the more annoying. Though the serum was less stable, it was also made Titania noticeably stronger than she was. No, correction, it made Titania stronger initially, but she didn't grow stronger the angrier she got, like the Hulk, and she hulked it. Like the Abomination, but without the skin change, Titania had a set limit on her physical strength. Plus the stupid nanobots that stabilized her body made her susceptible to being controlled by anyone with the right equipment. Yet even the minimal control that Madame Hydra had on Titania had failed to hold up when the girl had been faced with a cute admirer. Odd to think that such a basic emotion could short out some of the most advanced technology out there. Granted, it wouldn't short out a nuclear bomb, but still, it was impressive. Having lost sight of Titania when the mountain had collapsed onto her, Betty assumed that the person who had dug the hole out of the cavern had to be the powerful Titania. Either that or it was Marvel Girl. One way or the other she'd find out, and if it was Titania then they'd finish their fight. And this time She-Hulk wouldn't just be relying on her muscles. No, she'd use her greatest asset, her brain. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Looks like we bagged us another Madame Hydra, Colonel Nick Fury said with a smile. Though the fighting had apparently collapsed part of the mountain, it had kept Madame Hydra and her personal escort from escaping. Well, most of her escort. So where are She-Hulk and Titania? Rubbing her head, Marvel Girl sighed. It had taken every ounce of her ability and then some to keep herself and Storm from becoming bloody smudges in the caved-in cavern. Having exhausted herself as she kept the cramped container that had once housed the She-Hulk upright, as the two mutants used it as some sort of safe haven from the rocky debris, she knew that she couldn't really trace those two mines. Still, she could at least explain to Fury what she'd seen before the mountain fell on top of them. The last I saw they were fighting, the redhead stated. After that I couldn't keep track of them as I was keeping myself and Storm from being buried alive. Sir, Agent Foster, the agent in charge of the excavation site, said as he saluted the colonel. It appears as though 4 individuals managed to dig themselves out, though the tunnels they dug up collapsed soon afterwards. 4? Captain America asked. Agent Foster nodded. 3 were dug out using brute force, but the 4th, that one, was dug out by someone with claws. With the Juggernaut's strength and durability, Rogue could have dug her a way out, Storm concluded. But why would she leave us behind? Sir, Agent Solace called out over the comm system. There's seismic activity several miles from here. Cap, take U.S. Agent, Ms. Marvel, and Iron Man to investigate, Fury ordered. If you find our missing fugitives, apprehend them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The scent of freshly spilled blood filled her nostrils, suggesting that the 3 people she was following had somehow managed to injure themselves. Given the amount of blood spilled, it was possible that one of them might even be dead. Though the scent was unfamiliar to her, she knew that 2 of the individuals she had been fighting were with the 3rd, foreign scent. That was enough to get her to chase after that trail. And then there was the fact that the other 2 trails seemed to be heading in the same direction as well. Yes, if she followed the trios she would be able to find the other 2 as well. Asterisk 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 ripping open Rogue's top had been necessary. But Ranma would soon learn that it was not the wisest thing to do. Though the She-Hulk possessed incredible eyesight, she had seen the scene from a different perspective. As a woman herself, she knew how awful men, especially powerful men, could be when left alone with attractive and hapless women. Seeing Ranma and his monster attack Rogue, find her, and then rip her top off, She-Hulk was furious. With a running start, she leapt into the air, fully intending to rip the heads off of the offending males and the tentacles. Yes, the tentacles definitely had to go too. The steadily growing object that slowly descended towards the clearing was all the warming Ranma needed as he quickly draped his shirt over Rogue's bandaged torso. He definitely have to talk with Taro about those damn suckers and the large, red welts that he left with his tentacles. Shoving Rogue on top of Taro, Ranma had the quickly descending She-Hulk. As expected, the ground shook as the Titan crashed into the ground, burying herself knee-deep into the soft topsoil. "Yo!" he greeted with a casual wave. "Get your hands off of her!" The green-skinned Titan shouted as she extracted herself from the tiny crater that she found herself in. Ranma blinked, then looked around. "Me? What?" Asterisk 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 asterisk. "So?" Tony asked as he scanned the former acting director of S.H.I.E.L.D. "What do you think?" Using a closed comm channel, the reluctant original member of the Ultimate said the two newest members of the rebuilt team. Not wanting to audibly reply where the two women could hear him, Captain America tapped out his answer onto Iron Man's titanium hand as the armored superhero carried him through the air. "Yeah, the United States agent is just a cuter version of you," Tony smirked. "She needs more training as well. But Ms. Marvel, she's pretty powerful. I can't believe that she was another random accident." Roberts thinks that the plasma energy as well as whatever machine they had to try and mimic what created the Fantastic Four combined with the super soldier serum is the cause of her powers. Again, Captain America tapped another message to his fellow Ultimates founder. "Yeah, she's no Thor, but she's got a really mean punch," Tony replied. "And she's a fighter unlike Walters. Still, she's going to get better with training." Letting his suit decode the Morse code, the young genius nodded. "I think Nerd Boy lacks the original's edge too. I heard you kicked him in the balls the first time you two tussled. I probably would have too." Feeling the distant shock waves and seeing the mountainside trembling in the distance, Tony adjusted his suit, changing the settings so that the others could hear him speaking. "Yeah, it's our boy, or girl. It looks like he's fighting the She-Hulk." The original super soldier tapped another message to his companion even as he watched Ms. Marvel carry the United States agent in a similar way that Iron Man was carrying him. "We're not sure why they're fighting, but Ranma has had a past of fighting against us," Iron Man stated. "Your job is to go in and break them up without escalating the situation. We will observe, and if necessary back you up." Both former S.H.I.E.L.D. agents nodded. Asterisk 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 man. Maybe I should have fought them for the Juggernaut's powers, Ranma contemplated as he ducked under another mighty punch. Then again, I'm pretty sure that I wouldn't want her hitting me regardless. Though he really didn't know much about the She-Hulk, Ranma knew enough about the real Hulk and the Nerd Hulk to know that enraging them wasn't a good plan. True, this incarnation of the Hulk wasn't as vicious and powerful as the original, but she was plenty mad, and plenty strong, especially for a relatively normal human like Ranma. Unwilling to taunt her, Ranma had to settle for simply evading her attacks, hoping that the mountain would not collapse on them as a result of the many punches and blows that rattled the ground. Ducking under another powerful punch, the big-tailed boy instinctively rolled out of the way as another titanic body rushed towards him. The resulting collision rattled him as the two titanic bodies collided. "Leave my boyfriend alone!" A cold shiver ran through Ranma's spine as he turned around. Once again Titania and She-Hulk were throwing down. Clearly Titania was not happy with the other woman attacking her boyfriend, though probably not as unhappy as Ranma was at being called her boyfriend. Before Ranma could even react to the new development, things got worse, much worse. "Stand down!" a somewhat familiar voice cried out. Looking up, Ranma watched as Ms. Marvel flung the busty brunette now known as the United States agent at the clearing. Clearly Walters wasn't as good as the original Captain America as the new super-powered being skidded to a halt rather than rolled and landed gracefully as Cap would have done, or Ranma would have just landed gracefully. Flying fast and hard, Ms. Marvel tackled Titania. Well, she tried to. Rather than colliding with the larger, stronger Titania as she tussled with the She-Hulk, the United States agent instead collided with the tiny huntress known as X-23 as the Hellion tried to assist her supposed comrade in arms. This was going to get messy. Watching as She-Hulk and Titania continued to trade blows, Ranma slipped past the pair as he moved to intervene on Ms. Marvel's behalf. A swift yet powerful kick to the stomach sent the little alien flying, giving the busty blonde room to breath and not worry about being skewered by the twin claws that the savage girl sported on each hand. Holding up his hand to wave off assistance from the United States agent and Ms. Marvel, Ranma stood between them and the wild-haired girl. With a snarl she pulled herself to her feet. Running hard she quickly closed the distance between them before her surprisingly strong legs launched her lithe form at Ranma. Standing his ground, Ranma waited for the last moment before gently spinning under her outstretched arms. A light pat to the back was all he needed to knock her off balance, sending her skidding into the dirt as she flew by him. An odd energy pulse filled the clearing, sending a nauseating wave of discomfort through Ranma. Turning around he shook off the nausea as he focused on Ms. Marvel as the blonde superhero seemed to shimmer. Suddenly Titania doubled over, screaming in pain as her body convulsed. Not even bothering to wonder why her opponent had stopped, She-Hulk connected with a thundering punch to the face that sent the other woman flying and then crashing through first a tree then a boulder. Unwilling to let that end things, the green-skinned woman rushed her downed opponent. Not willing to let a super-powered fighter beat up on a defeated and unconscious opponent, Ranma quickly moved so that he was now between the two women. Standing his ground as the She-Hulk barreled towards him, Ranma assumed a casual stance. Undeterred by his presence, She-Hulk wound up for a powerful punch even as she charged forward. Though he'd never used the move before, Ranma knew the basic principles of it. Still, it would have been nice to have actually pulled the move off on someone else first before being forced to use it against someone that hit as hard as the Hulk. Trusting his skills and memory, Ranma carefully deflected the punch even as he redirected the titanic force behind the punch and sent the She-Hulk flying. Having somehow managed to transfer all of the force behind her attack back to her, the resulting flight was spectacular. "What the hell did you do?" the United States agent asked as she gazed at the slowly shrinking form of the She-Hulk. "Trade secret," Ranma replied. "You might want to fly after her," he suggested as he stole a quick glance at Ms. Marvel. "Why?" the blonde questioned. "Just think how hard she's going to land when she does land," Captain America stated as he and Iron Man landed. "Why?" the United States agent asked. "She may not get hurt," the martial artist answered, "but she could cause a minor earthquake when she hits." "Oh. Asterisk 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 asterisk." Rogue glared at the shirtless Ranma. Not only had he used her to defeat that monster Taro, but the arrogant punk had allowed the freak to fly off as though it was nothing. Ignoring the daggers that she stared at him, Ranma had the questions before him. Taking a moment to actually concentrate, he scribbled his answer. "This is such a waste of time," the man behind War Machine stated. "What else do we have to do right now?" Robert Bruce Banner retorted as he looked over the first sheet of questions and answers. "You really think this kid is a genius?" the man in the white business suit asked. "Yes, Gregory, I do," Murdoch replied. "I've looked over his school transcripts and then helped him with his homework. His problem isn't that he's stupid, just that he doesn't read English that well. I went through the entire math textbook with him and he breezed through it effortlessly. I even went through some advanced calculus and physics equations and he went through them easily. This kid is a genius. He subconsciously figures out the various equations behind, the She-Hulk throwing a punch, and calculates the force and velocity, then figures out a way to redirect it effortlessly so as to effectively counter it without getting hurt. He's not just an expert at hand-to-hand combat, his mind is constantly calculating the various forces being applied and he moves his body to best manipulate those forces so that he can use those forces against his opponents. Captain America is a great example of geometry in motion as he throws the shield around, calculating angles and ricochet, but this kid is on a whole other level. The older Stark sibling sighed. He's just a normal kid. A normal kid who managed to send the She-Hulk some 300 meters into the air with just a little kung fu move, the cloned Hulk stated. A kid who happened to defeat the current incarnation of the Ultimates and the X-Men twice, by himself I might add. What are you saying? I'm saying that there's more to this kid than meets the eye. That's obvious, the goateed man stated. We already know that he turns into a girl when splashed with cold water and turns back with hot water. And that Rogue's ability to drain him is negated, Marvel Girl interjected. And that he's deathly afraid of cats and become one mentally when overexposed to cats, Storm added even as Rogue shuddered. You know, if he's this good, why the hell are we spending hundreds of millions of dollars on Stark Tech? Fury asked rhetorically. Can this kid fly? The older Stark asked. No, the younger Stark, still in his armor, replied. But he can apparently talk down someone that's nearly as strong as the Hulk, effortlessly render defeat someone as fierce and savage as Wolverine, and create tornadoes out of nowhere. Yeah, he's got all of our numbers. This kid's good, and I want him, Fury stated. But he's also Japanese, Carol Danvers stated. We can only hack him if the Japanese agree to it. They only allowed him to come this time to smooth things over for the last pair of encounters. Besides, Captain America interrupted. With all the new heroes you've got now, you don't need him. Or us. Everyone looked at the World War II veteran. Now that you've got yourself the new Captain America and Iron Man, I don't think you need the original Captain America and Iron Man. What? You're seriously going to leave? Gregory scoffed even as he had his masked brother. Fine, Fury said, cutting off the discussion. But you're not going after the Red Skull. If you do, I'm going to have to send the Ultimates after you again, and you know how that ended last time. Asterisk 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 A/N yes, Captain America's right. They took the edge off of the Hulk by putting Banner's mind in control. Still, it's a volatile situation at best. I'll leave this where it's at for now. Please read and review. Dreaming Fox asterisk chapter 13 asterisk chapter 13 author's notes. Yeah, I own nothing but a handful of ideas and OCs. So, I gotta ask, what do you mean when your review says okay? Yes, Ranma is pretty smart, but his Ranma is probably much smarter. I did make a mistake. Ranma has used the move before, just not without a weapon/type like Appo's I usually does it. No, Ranma will not be using ki to change his size. Actually, Janma and Appo's I didn't grow, they just manifested their battle ores and made it visible to everyone. Captain America hasn't passed on the baton, not really. He just got fed up with working for Fury. He's been becoming disenfranchised with the Ultimates before Magneto destroyed the world, and afterwards he's gotten more fed up with Fury's methods. Asterisk 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 the barren valleys of Valhalla were full. Unfortunately it was full of death as the multitude of dead warriors loitered around, as there was little to do until Ragnarok, lest some warrior dared to rescue a comrade or a loved one. Yes, Valhalla could get pretty boring despite the 24/7 access to food, beer and women or men if the warrior went that way, since not all the assembled warriors were men or straight. Release me Gila, the golden-haired godling stated as he had the only other living tenant of Valhalla. But your noble sacrifice allowed your beloved wife and friend to return to Midgard, the white-haired goddess teased. Are you not content to spend an eternity with me so that they can spend a few more years in Midgard? Thor scowled. He knew that as a living god he would not have to take orders from Hela. Still, he could not raise a hand against her or force his way out of the realm of the dead as he had willingly accepted their place in Valhalla, only for now. You know what I need and what I want, she teased as she unclasped the hook that held up the metal cups covering her ample breasts. I'm married, the godling stated. Such a bore, she smirked as she let the protective covering fall to the ground. As the queen of the dead she had many willing minions, though unfortunately none of them could get the job done. Only the living could give her an heir. I shall allow you your freedom once you provide me with an heir. Any heir will do? He queried. The father must be a man amongst men, Hela stated, able to defeat my army. And if I can find this man, you would have to convince him to father my child, she stated skeptically. What man could best Thor, the god of thunder and lightning? Rubbing his bearded chin, the golden-haired god weighed his options. He'd once been bested by Colossus, and there was the Hulk of course. Give me a sea-harrying pool, he suggested, and I shall find you a man amongst men. Ranma was bored. Though his condition wasn't unusual, it did often result in bad things happening. At least in Mirima the pig-tailed boy didn't have long to wait between challenges, be they actual physical challenges or some other sort of challenge that tested his ability. It didn't help that the school had been nearly leveled while he was gone, which was not his fault for once. Some robot had apparently come in to ransack the place looking for Spiderman, which only meant that someone was looking for Peter and that clearly he was losing control of his situation. Still, with the odd tension between Ranma and the other teams, the pig-tailed martial artist didn't feel like volunteering to help the twerp. Not unless someone's life was actually on the line or the guy came and asked for help. Given the type of relationship they had, that wasn't likely. Regardless, Ranma made a point of letting Mary Jane know where he was, though she wasn't likely to visit him either given the compromising position she'd found him in when she had come to visit him, or his place to be specific. With school closed for the week while the building underwent repairs, Ranma found that he had a lot of free time on his hands. Unfortunately, a lot of that time was spent helping to train the United States agent and Ms. Marvel at Colonel Fury's request. With nothing else to do, and with some good money to be made, Ranma couldn't pass up the chance to show the super-powered beings that he really was out of their league. Sure, he hadn't actually beaten them today, but the scenario was against him as he and Titania, who was allowed out to help the heroes train, were set to play the roles of super-powered terrorists that were trying to kidnap the president's daughters. Even though the life model decoys were simply robots, Ranma couldn't justify killing the LMDs to thwart the Ultimates, us ending the scenario as a loss for both sides. At least he didn't have to sit through the training debriefing. Ducking out of the hidden base, Ranma slowly made his way back through the ruined and yet-to-be-repaired areas of New York. Walking through Chinatown and into Little Tokyo, the big-tailed martial artist let the familiar scents distract him as fought the urge to simply engorge himself at the closest food stall. Having spent much of the week with media as the pair tested and sampled the various shops, Ranma decided to be daring and sample some of the typical American foods. Sure, he'd had plenty of burgers from the Golden Arches in Tokyo, but seeing the monster burgers that some of the local non-franchise restaurants offered, the big-tailed boy decided to help out a smaller business for once. Looking over the menu, the hungry youth quickly ordered 2 of everything. With the money that he was earning as the new special instructor for S.H.I.E.L.D., Ranma knew that he had more than enough to cover the order. True, it was probably more food than he could eat himself, but it wasn't all for him. Though it took a while for his order to be filled, some 20 minutes, which in the fast food business was extremely long, Ranma didn't mind, especially considering that he had nothing else to do. Carrying 3 bags of food in one arm, with the other used to feed himself a tasty but messy chili cheeseburger, Ranma made his way into one of the unrepaired sections of the city. Though he knew that nothing he could do would ever make up for his past sins, Ranma knew that he needed to make some sort of reparations for his actions. Picking out 2 more burgers for himself and media, a double cheeseburger with the works and a half-pound double cheeseburger with extra pickles, he set the 3 bags of food down beside a vending machine. Leaving a bundle of crisp, green singles beneath the bag, he hoped that the money would be more than enough for the hidden mutants that had spotted him leaving the food behind. Though he would not admit to being wrong nor apologize to Kitty and the other X-Men, Ranma hoped that the small, daily gesture would be enough for now. It would never make up for the wrongs he'd committed, but it was something that hopefully would allow the surviving mutants that hid themselves to survive another day. Making his way back towards Chinatown, Ranma noticed that he'd grown 2 tails. It didn't bother him in the slightest, as he mentally marked that he'd gone several city blocks with the pair diligently following him. But with so much free time on his hands, Ranma decided to see what his pursuers wanted from him. Leading them back out towards one of the rundown and unoccupied sections of the city, he slowed his pace. Turning a corner, he suddenly dashed ahead, running up a wall before jumping into a broken 3rd-story window. Circling back through the vacant building, Ranma was surprised when his 2 pursuers entered the same building he'd slipped into. Clearly these weren't your typical stalkers. Staring up the blonde man and his companion of Chinese descent, Ranma knew that these 2 knew their way around a dojo. "So you're Ranma Sodom?" the blonde man asked as he walked across the unsteady floor confidently. "Interesting choice of buildings to duck into. It's always interesting with me around," the big-tailed youth shot back. "We shouldn't underestimate him, Danny," the Chinese man stated. "So you're looking for a fight?" the young master of anything-goes martial arts asked as he listened to the decrepit floor creaking beneath the strain of his presence. "Not really," the Chinese man replied. We just wanted to meet the young man who apparently was able to defeat Spider-Man with just martial arts. Screwing his eyes as he searched his memory for any mention of the two men before him, Ranma noted that the two appeared to be trying to trap him between them. So who are you? I'm Danny Rand, the blonde stated, also known as Iron Fist. Shankai, the other man stated. What? No title? Shankai shrugged. A light breeze caressed Ranma's neck as he waited for his opponents to make a move. The flicker of movement from the blonde signaled the first attack. Though it was a form that Ranma had not yet seen, he knew enough of the various martial arts to know where the attack was directed. The powerful punch was a feint, though it could set up an elbow, middle kick or spinning roundhouse if he was fast enough. On his right side, Shankai watched, taking his measure from the way Ranma moved and defended. The lightning-quick snap kick to the stomach though stopped Iron Fist. Though the kick didn't connect, it did force the blonde to abort his attack, stopping just a centimeter short of the extended leg and foot, while his own fist was a much more pronounced distance from the pig-tailed boy's body. Ranma smiled. It had been a while since he'd fought someone with this much control. Though Captain America was an expert fighter in close quarters, the man was a brawler through and through. No motion or movement went wasted with the grizzled veteran of the Second Great World War. As such, Cap would have either shifted his attack to target the offending leg or moved to take the blow while connecting with a counter-attack as he traded blows. But for Danny Rand, the Iron Fist, to stop short of being struck was intriguing. Only the old ghoul and the current Sorcerer Supreme had ever shown such control. Yes, this would be interesting. Slowly the two master martial artists retracted their muscles as they pulled away from each other. Ranma once again resumed his usual non-stance while Danny had the surprisingly effective stance before adopting his own aggressive Kempo stance. Interesting, Ranma mused as the man appeared to focus on going on the offensive. Again the blonde rushed in, this time leading with a middle kick from the left. The big-tailed boy quickly responded with a counter to the knee. The blonde nimbly reacted, retracting his extended leg but allowing the offending foot to connect with his bent knee even as he used the force of the counter to follow up with a twisting punch. Ranma smirked as he parried the punch and floated over his attacker, springing off of Danny's right leg as the blonde sought to connect with a stiff back kick and quarter-spinning backhanded strike combo. Landing several meters behind his startled opponent, the big-tailed youth smirked. Most of your attacks are based on your punches. The kicks have some power, but they're primarily there to set up the punches where the real focus of your style is, he concluded. You got all that from the quick exchange? Danny asked as he looked at the younger martial artist. Well, and the name Iron Fist, Ranma smirked. You were also trying to get me to land there, and there. He pointed to several weak spots in the floor. Not a bad idea, but you clearly didn't expect me to be so nimble and agile. He's good, Shankai stated as he patted his companion on the shoulder. No wonder you defeated Spider-Man. Well, the kid's good, but he's got no style, Ranma shrugged. He lacks form and telegraphs his attacks, the Chinese martial artist stated as he took off his shirt. Ranma nodded. Shankai dashed in, leading with an overhead smash before stopping short and spinning around to throw a spinning roundhouse to the head with the left. Ranma smiled as he was forced to slide under the combo, the swift displacement of the air telling him that he'd barely evaded the attack. Flipping back, he answered with a kick that was caught by his supposedly off-balance opponent. Twisting around, Ranma freed his ankle, though he was forced to kick out with his other foot, only to have that ankle trapped in Shankai's strong grip. For the briefest of moments Ranma was flying through the air. Only an aerial master, which he was, could have twisted around to control his flight, landing gently against the column before kicking off of it and propelling himself back to the ground, where he swept the feet out from underneath his opponent as the older fighter charged in for another exchange. But he didn't sweep the bulkier man off his feet, even though his heel connected with the back of Shankai's knee, trapping the ankle between the meaty quad and calf muscles. Shan leaned back, lashing out with a kick. Again Ranma smiled as he caught his opponent's leg. Though he preferred to counter-strike, Ranma was well versed in grappling as well. Wrenching his opponent's ankle and foot, he twisted, sending a sharp pain through the offending leg. Breaking apart, the two sprang to their feet as they hit each other. Shankai sprang in, kicking to test Ranma's defenses, not bothering to flex his ankle. A quick punch forced Ranma to circle to his right. Nimbly he dodged a low, middle, low, high kicking combo, before slapping away a middle kick. Ranma answered with a kick to the face. Stumbling back several steps, Shankai rolled his neck before getting back into his stance. A left jab brushed away Ranma's hand, allowing the taller martial artist to follow up with a right cross that startled Ranma. A high front kick turned into an X-kick, barely giving Ranma the time to move out of the way of the attack. Shankai's quick hands somehow managed to grab hold of Ranma's shirt, and a gentle twist of the hips and shoulders sent Ranma flying. Again the big-tailed youth spun in the air, kicking off of the ceiling, and before he grabbed hold of his older opponent's shoulders, and as he used his momentum to flip the other fighter, tucking his feet and legs to him, Shankai managed to roll on the ground before getting to his feet. Again he sprang to his feet. Wiping the dirt from his face, he smiled. "You are good, very good," the older fighter stated. "Thanks," the young fighter replied. "I think if you keep beating up Spider-Man, he'll be forced to realize that he needs to train to reach his full potential," the Chinese fighter concluded. Ranma nodded. "We'll see. Spider-Man's pretty proud after all." Asterisk 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 asterisk, "Bless you," the scraggly-haired teen said as he had the runty brunette behind the counter. Grabbing a napkin, Peter Parker nodded his thanks even as he wiped his nose. Grabbing some hand sanitizer, he applied liberal amounts, cleaning his hands off before grabbing the tray of food. "Here's your number 7 special," Asterisk 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 asterisk. The rest of the trip home had actually gone pretty smoothly for the big-tailed martial artist. Meeting up with media had been a bit rocky at first as the inquisitive fake mutant began to question him about the obvious signs of a fight. Having learned to hide his surface thoughts and emotions by either voiding his mind through the soul of ice technique or by overloading it with tangent thoughts, Ranma had learned how to deal with media's telepathy to a degree. True, he wouldn't be able to stop her from performing a deep probe, but she knew that he'd never put up with it if she went that far for just little things like a fight. Only the prospect of non-Asian food seemed to silence the girl as she stuffed her face with the remaining burgers. Aside from her obvious chewing, the rest of the walk home had been quiet. Unfortunately, things didn't last that long as the pair returned to Ranma's apartment, where the sight of the door opened just a crack alerted them to the presence of uninvited guests. Slipping into the apartment, Ranma closed the door behind himself even as media growled at the two men. Seeing that neither was armed, Ranma put his hand on the shorter girl's shoulder, calming her down. Opening his mouth, he froze as the man behind Iron Man shook his head. Flashing him several signs, Ranma sighed. "What do you want?" He signed back, ungrateful that Robert had taught him sign language. Clearly a genius like Stark had also been able to pick up the basics of it. "Cap needs your help," Tony signed back. "Is there somewhere we can meet in private?" "Why? Does S.H.I.E.L.D. have me under observation?" The unmasked Captain America nodded. Fighting back the urge to sigh, he turned to the telepath, touching his forehead to hers as he focused on one of the entrances to the secret lair that he'd used before, passing the information to the telepath. With the information in hand, media nodded, walking over to first Iron Man then Captain America, repeating the process as she passed the information to them. "Why don't we catch the movie?" Ranma suggested as he turned to his companion. It was a good reason to get out of the apartment, and the dark theater would allow them a chance to get out of sight of any possible tails they might have on them. It would also give Cap and Iron Man the time they needed to get out of the apartment and to the hidden lair. "Sure," media replied. "Just let me get a quick shower first. Care to join me?" she teased, playing up her part in the charade. "None, you go ahead," he replied as he walked towards his bedroom and media moved towards the bathroom, timing it so that he opened and closed the door right when Captain America and media did. Ranma hoped that they could cover the fact that someone else had been inside the apartment. "What do you want to see?" "They're showing a Godzilla marathon tonight, right?" media replied. "Subtitled?" "Yep, though they are showing the two American Godzilla movies." "Is it the one where Godzilla wins or loses?" "Probably the one he loses since this is America." Ranma sighed. He'd really be bummed if they actually showed the one where Godzilla beat King Kong. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Slipping out of the theater had been easy. As a master of his father's style slash schools, Ranma was an expert at sneaking around. It also helped that most of the hidden entrances were, well, very well hidden throughout the city, and that there was one close to the theater. So, he said as he closed the door behind him, "What did you two want to talk about?" Spotting the third figure, he sighed. Apparently he'd spoken too soon. "This is Valkyrie, Thor's wife," Captain America stated. Having never actually met the late Norse god of thunder, Ranma simply shrugged as he nodded at the fairly muscular blonde. "Thor sacrificed himself so that we could survive the ultimatum wave," Cap explained. "But he didn't die," the blonde woman stated. "He's alive, though he now resides in Valhalla." "Okay," the big-tailed martial artist replied. "So like that guy in Greek mythology, you're going to waltz right in and reclaim him? Hela, the ruler of Valhalla, can't keep him there forever as he has not died," Valkyrie stated. "Using Mjolnir, we should be able to enter Asgard to petition Odin, the All-Father, to force Hela to release Thor." Ranma sighed, considering the options. "Didn't Thor voluntarily sacrifice himself to save you? If he's only going to stay in Valhalla for a while, why not wait? You've seen the current incarnation of the Ultimates," Iron Man interjected. "Do you think that Fury won't use his personal army of superheroes to do whatever he thinks needs to be done? So you want me to help you find and free Thor so that you can create another team of capes?" Ranma asked skeptically. "There need to be checks and balances," Cap replied. "I know you don't trust Fury, and neither do we. But if we're going to stand up to him and his ultimates, we'll need a real bruiser like Thor." "What about the Hulk?" Ranma asked. "No one's seen him since the ultimatum wave," Captain America answered. "Plus he's a liability, both with the public and with any capes. When everyone thought that Spider-Man was dead, they blamed the Hulk. He's too unstable to be considered as a valuable teammate." Ranma nodded. They did make a good argument. "Still, fine," he finally answered. "When you figure out how you're going to get there, let me know. I'll lend a hand. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're sure this is the guy?" the powerfully built man asked as he looked down at the young man below. "That's him all right," the masked man stated as he led the youth through the binoculars. "He's not much to look at," the red-haired woman stated. "You're sure he's the guy that the Ultimates fought?" "It's him," the fourth member of the group stated. "I can smell the magical energy that taints him." "Dude, the guy looks weak," the first man stated. "Not everyone needs to look intimidating like us," the armored man beside him stated. "Just follow him and the girl," the apparent leader of the team stated. "Once we get a chance, we jump them. We'll show the Ultimates that we're not just some one-abes." Asterisk 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 A/N. "I think I'll just leave things where they're at for now. Please read and review. Dreaming Fox asterisk Chapter 14 asterisk Chapter 14 Author's Notes. Yeah, there's a poll about this fic on my profile, but it's going pretty well. Still, feel free to stop by and check it out. I'm sure most of you had noticed the other fic that I had gotten very wrapped up in writing, posting, and whatnot, which has affected how often I write and post this and other fics. It happens. I'll still try to update at least once a month. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The cold, frigid air of the underworld was slowly starting to wear on the godling. It wasn't the fact that he was surrounded by the dead, it was the fact that he'd once fought beside many of them and also was the one who had sent many there. Surrounded by former friends and former foes was unsettling. Though the dead did not talk, just a simple look at many of them, even the ones he had not known when they were alive, reminded him of the friends and companions he'd fought with and the enemies he'd fought against. A helm here or an emblem there reminded him of a young aspiring knight or recent recruit. Focusing his eyes on the nearly still surface of the hurrying pool, the powerful thunder god considered his options. Both Namor and the Hulk had defeated him in battle, but the Prince of Atlantis would always hold something like this over his head should he ever actually convince Namor to assist him. And the Hulk, well, he was unpredictable and volatile at the best. But who could he find to satisfy Helo's desire? And how to find such a person? There was only one man whom he, the God of Thunder, looked up to: Captain America. Surely he could find a man who even Helo would approve of. But how to communicate with him? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Considering everything that Ranma had recently endured, it came as no surprise that simply hanging out with his classmates had become slightly odd. Sure, Ranma didn't think anything of the fact that he'd beaten most of them up recently, but he was used to those kinds of things. Sure, he really didn't hang out with Ryoga, Zeus, and Kuno except when he needed their help with something, but he could. Wait, no, he really didn't hang out with them, he just worked with them from time to time. Looking at the group of young superheroes, Ranma wondered if maybe he needed to hang out with other people. Unfortunately, the others wouldn't leave him alone as they were curious as to what he was actually up to. Godzilla kicks King Kong's ass any day of the week, Johnny, Human Torch, Storm declared. No way some overgrown monkey takes on a radiated mutant dinosaur. No way, Bobby, Iceman, Drake countered. Kong's so much smarter than Godzilla. Kitty, Shadowcat, Pride shook her head. Watching the boys argue about giant monsters was, well, kind of pathetic. She understood why Bobby was picking the evolved creature of the unnaturally mutated creature, though just a bit of mutant bias, but not much. Shaking her head, she tried to withdraw herself from the conversation. Glancing at the handful of girls around the table, it was clear though that none of them really felt like talking to each other. First of all, 3 of them had or were currently dating Peter Parker, which just made things odd. It didn't help that those 3 girls still had lingering feelings for the Runty boys. Add to that the fact that each of them also had lingering and unresolved relationships with some of the other boys around the table. Yes, things were really messed up. It didn't help that all of them were essentially living together, or that they all had issues with the newest member of their group, Ranma Sodom. Yes, having the gender-cursed boy sitting with them was, well, unsettling. Not only had he turned into a girl and flashed several of the boys, he'd used that distraction to kick their asses as well. Looking at how Bobby Drake was stealing glances at the pigtailed Japanese boy, Kitty couldn't help but wonder if perhaps the usually cool boy was secretly envisioning a busty redhead girl that was the cursed body that Ranma turned into. Only Liz didn't have any relationship issues with any of the boys, though she did have issues with nearly dying during the ultimatum wave that had decimated New York and much of the world. Having lost most of her memories, she was slowly coming to terms with surviving and the fact that Ranma had nearly killed her and had killed all of her friends. "It's weird," Ranma whispered as he sat beside the brunette. "Why do you guys hang out with me? Hell, why do you hang out together at all?" The young mutant glanced at him. "You know you're thinking about it too," he added as he glanced at the now heated debate between the fire and ice manipulating boys. "You add in the fact that Mary Jane thought I had a thing for her, and that I nearly killed Liz," he whispered discreetly, "and this makes the group very, well, odd." Kitty couldn't disagree with that assessment. "The fact remains that no one can trust you out of their line of sight," the former X-Men stated. "Back in Nirima," he replied as lifted his cup of water to his lips and took a measured drink. It wasn't lost on him that Bobby, Johnny, Peter, and Mary Jane each looked at him. "Back in Nirima, my rivals used to always come up with strange and random schemes to get rid of me. Never bothered me, but then again, that's probably because I'm the best. There's a saying," Johnny interjected, "keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer." Ranma glanced around the table. "So, am I a friend to you guys but an enemy to Kitty and Liz? Is Gwen your enemy since she's the one closest to you?" he asked as he indicated the clingy couple. The air around the table suddenly grew thick with tension as the gathered young superheroes glared at the martial artist. Only the chiming of the newly installed PA system as it alerted all the students in the cafeteria that lunch was now officially over kept things from getting too out of hand. Standing up, Ranma ignored the looks that the young superheroes gave him as they each gathered their things and prepared to head back to their respective classes. The rest of the day flew by for Ranma, but then again, classes and school in general always breezed by for the martial artist. It wasn't hard for him to elude the others once classes began, and slipping past them once school was out was even easier. It also helped that the police were apparently there to arrest Kitty for something. Thinking nothing of it, as Fury would surely be able to bail out the young former X-Man if need be, the pig-tailed martial artist simply did his own thing, heading towards Little Tokyo. With school once again back in session, though only for 2 days thus far, Ranma knew that Mia needed something to do. Though he knew that he was the best person to train the young superhuman, the big-tailed martial artist knew that he couldn't do it without attracting some unwanted attention. It wasn't about training the meta-human to use her powers, but to use her body. Powers were nice and all, but without the proper training they were useless. Convincing Mia to endure training with the Shankai and Danny, Iron Fist, Rand was good in that not only did she now have something to keep her off the streets during the day when most teenagers were supposed to be in school, it also gave her the basic discipline Ranma felt that she needed to be a bigger threat in fight. But it wasn't media that was on his mind as he wandered through the desolate parts of the still rebuilding New York. No, what was bothering the normally carefree martial artist was the nagging feeling of being watched. Finding an abandoned lot, which wasn't hard considering the condition that many neighborhoods were left in, Ranma waited for his pursuers to appear. It didn't take long, though to Ranma it was too soon, as the orange-skinned girl with a barely there blue bikini and very distinct cat-like features approached him. Scanning the very literal cat girl, Ranma kept his eyes on the altered human. Like what you see. The woman asked as she misinterpreted the big-tailed boy's lingering gaze. The speechless boy replied. I can't believe this punk actually fought the Ultimates and wasn't turned to pulp, a second voice interjected. Glancing around, Ranma realized that he was surrounded by a group of masked individuals. Aside from the cat girl, there was the unmasked African American with a very powerful build. True, he wasn't as big as the Hulk, but the guy was definitely huge. Another tall and menacing figure stood beside the first, though this one was clearly not of African American descent and he wore a helmet. A fourth member was at least wearing a costume, though Ranma had to admit that it was fairly stupid looking. The fifth and final member though had a head of bright, red-hot fire and a pentagram drawn out on his bare chest. Man, there are more capes around. Ranma grumbled as had the team of what were they exactly? Who are you guys? We're the Defenders, the Cape Man stated. I'm Nighthawk. Hellcat, the lone female in the group stated. Powerman, the unmasked man said as he had Ranma. Black Knight, the helmeted man added. Son of Satan, the fiery-haired man stated. Ranma blinked. I told you he wouldn't know or care about your name. Hellcat snorted at the magician's inability to draw a reaction from the martial artist. So who are you guys? The big-tailed boy asked. We're the Defenders, you moron. Powerman cried out. He's trying to get under our skin, Nighthawk stated. The martial artist sighed. So what do you Abes want? At least we're making a difference, Nighthawk retorted. We're not the ones who are going out there and giving food to mutants just because we feel guilty about killing some of their buddies. Yeah, but you're also the ones who are trying to make a name for yourselves just for the sake of making a name for yourselves, Ranma replied. Do you really think that being heroes will be your ticket to fame? Why not get a reality TV show deal instead? Clearly Nighthawk was the apparent leader of this ragtag group of misfit superheroes. I guess you guys couldn't get a deal then, Ranma quipped. So now you're going to come after me, why? You thought the Ultimates, Hellcat stated. And the remains of the X-Men, Powerman added. But you're not part of S.H.I.E.L.D., Black Knight finished. So you losers think you can take me? Ranma asked. We know we can, Powerman declared as he rushed in. Man, Ranma replied as he easily ducked under the taller man's slow punch. You're kinda slow. Both figuratively and literally you should be called Slow Man. Hellcat was next, scampering in before raking at the elusive martial artist with her claws. Despite her cat-like reflexes and speed, the cat girl couldn't get the drop on Ranma as he leapt over her. A swift kick to the face greeted Nighthawk as the caped crime fighter attempted to swoop down on the pig-tailed martial artist. "I got him," the helmeted hero declared as he brandished an axe, hoping to cleave Ranma in two. Unfortunately, few things went the way that anyone planned when Ranma was involved, as the nimble boy deftly avoided the mighty blow despite being airborne by reaching out and slapping down on the flat face of the axe, stealing the force behind the blow to allow him to stay airborne and avoid the blow while also throwing the muscled man off balance. Flipping in the air, he landed squarely on the helmeted head of the Black Knight, forcibly shutting the helmet further onto the man's head even as he kicked off of him. "So, weren't the knights from Europe?" Ranma asked as he landed gracefully. "I mean, seriously, knights? They're like samurai, like half as cool and not even half as good," the helmeted man roared, which only added to his plight as he was clearly stuck in his helmet. "And you?" He turned to avoid Hellcat's claws. "Why is she cat?" Avoiding another swipe, he countered with a low sweeping kick that forced her to leap into the air. "Yeah, they've got great reflexes and usually land on their feet. But seriously, a cat? I thought you Japanese loved cat girls." The redhead teased as she swiped at Ranma with the claws on her feet. Avoiding the noticeable nail/claws, Ranma grabbed hold of her ankle before swinging her around and throwing her into Powerman. "So, Slow Man," the big-tailed boy teased, "what kind of lame-ass powers do you have?" "Name's Powerman," the unmasked man exclaimed. Hellcat nimbly sprawled in the air so as to avoid colliding with the big, muscular man, showing agility that was nearly as impressive as what Ranma was capable of. Hellcat landed on the big man's chest before leaping off harmlessly. "I'm super strong and got skin as tough as steel. What good is all that if you're too slow to hit anything?" the big-tailed boy asked as he dodged another lunge by Hellcat. Grabbing her outstretched wrists, he rolled onto his back, kicking her hard in the stomach before launching her high into the air. Effortlessly he sprang to his feet. "Don't worry, they always land on their feet." "You bastard!" Black Knight shouted as he rushed him with his axe and a sword. Clearly he'd gotten over having his head jammed too far onto his helmet. "I'm fairly certain my parents were legally married when they had me," Ranma stated as he ducked under the double diagonal slash. Slipping behind his opponent, he grabbed hold of the medieval belt and pulled hard. "Jerk!" the knight exclaimed, releasing his weapons which were now embedded in the ground. "See?" Ranma said as he casually threw the man onto the ground. "Knights suck because, well, they just swing their weapons around. Samurai rot because they control their weapons and don't get caught off balance. Sure, you can muscle through things, but your technique sucks, and your weapon," he picked up the axe, "they just suck." Throwing the axe at Nighthawk, Ranma knew that the airborne flyer would easily avoid the projectile, but it would buy Ranma more time to deal with Powerman. "Why aren't you doing anything?" Nighthawk shouted as he dodged the axe. The flame-headed man simply scowled. "There's an aura of chaotic magic around him," the magic user stated. "There's already enough ambient magical energy around, but throw a real sorcerer into the mix and I'm not sure what's going to happen." Ranma smirked. Never one to be afraid of the consequences, the big-tailed boy considered his options. Flipping over a powerful yet slow punch from Powerman, he grabbed hold of the big man's shoulders before using his momentum to throw the man into the air and send him crashing into the recovering Black Knight. Something didn't feel right, but he wasn't sure what. Things just didn't add up. "I think we're done here," the big-tailed boy stated as he walked away from the defenders. With Nighthawk carrying a rattled Hellcat, and the son of Satan simply levitating and not engaging in the fighting, Ranma knew that he'd proven his point. Hila was not happy. Though she had a man worthy of providing her with an heir, she knew that she could not get what she wanted from him. After over 6 moons the man had not broken or given in. Though he had another 20 moons until he could be released, the goddess knew that Thor would not cave into her demands or needs. Still, angling the prospect of a quicker return to his loved ones had been incentive enough to get him thinking about what she wanted. But how to get exactly what she wanted? Glancing down at the still watery surface of the sea-harrying pool, Hila scowled. The sight of the valiant Captain America and Valkyrie stirred mixed emotions in her. If not for the two of them, she wouldn't have acquired the Thunder God's soul, if even for a mere fraction of eternity. Ultimately she would have him. But while she had him now, she had other options that weren't available with any of the dead warriors that she possessed. With the magical water showing her exactly what Thor saw, Hela knew that she had given him the right tool to not only help him find a suitable replacement for himself, but it also provided him with incentive to complete his task sooner. Simply seeing his lovely young wife with his most trusted ally helped motivate him. But to what end? There was no way that the good captain would ever allow himself to service Hela. So why was he watching them? Was he afraid that they might try to move on together without him? True, Thor did respect the mortal, but Valkyrie was in love with Thor, not the captain. Still, was the Thunder God jealous? Hela smirked. But how to use this against him? Responsibility. No one word had ever truly terrified the shriveled old grandmaster and founder of the anything goes style of martial arts like that word did. As the founder, master, and eventual teacher of that style, he had done many reprehensible things to others and to his followers. And never had he claimed the responsibility for any of his actions as he left Sun and Janma to deal with the fallout of his lechery and shady behavior. Yet now I couldn't do anything without having to consider the implications on not only himself, but the rest of humanity. As the current Sorcerer Supreme, he was responsible for protecting the mortal world from the magical realms, be they gods or demonic in nature. Though both the so-called gods and so-called demons were allowed a degree of influence over the mortal realm, they were not allowed to directly influence things. Despite the noble intentions that Thor, the Norse god of thunder, had his very direct interactions with the humans as a member of the Ultimates were making things harder for the world. Had the Thunder God not been involved with the Ultimates, then Magneto would not have had the tool he needed to create the ultimatum wave that nearly destroyed all of humanity and nearly released a horde of demons. There was also the incident where Loki, Thor's stepbrother and the god of trickery and deceit, had nearly destroyed the Ultimates by creating the Liberators. But with Thor currently in Valhalla, who would be the yin to Loki's yang, as Sorcerer Supreme, Taco's side. As much as he hated to do it, he knew that Ranma was the best candidate for the job. Well, who was he kidding? It'd be fun just watching the gender-cursed boy mucking up that trickster's plans. In essence, it was like pitting two of his worst enemies against each other, with him reaping the benefits of that altercation regardless of how things turned out. With the Jews and Kyo curse protecting him from Loki's magic, even that godling would not be able to properly deal with Ranma. And of course there was one thing Taco's I knew as the founder and grandmaster of the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts, it was that you never bet against Ranma. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The warm, humid ocean breeze annoyed the busty brunette. Not only did the humid air weigh her down, but it was much too warm for her personal tastes. It didn't help that she was wearing a long lab coat despite the warm weather. She was just used to the colder weather of the far north, well, further north than New York at least. It also didn't help that her attempt at creating a team of superpowered beings and a superpowered team appeared to have been shattered. Watching the fight from a distance, the busty scientist simply shook her head as the mysterious Ranma threw her ragtag team around. The team of aspiring superheroes had been nothing before. Even with the help of one Hank Pym, they had been just a group of posers, but with her help, well, they had found real power. The girl who had once simply dressed as a cat now had the combined abilities of several different species of cats, the power of a tiger, the ferocity of a lion, the speed of a cheetah, and the endurance of a cougar, not to mention the dexterity, flexibility, and reflexes of a cat. The man once known as Luke Cage, who was once what mortals considered an Olympic-level athlete, now possessed incredible strength and durability. True, he wasn't as strong as the Hulk or Thor, but he was stronger and tougher than Captain America and Spider-Man. The Black Knight was invincible so long as he wore his enchanted helmet. While not as strong or powerful as Powerman, he was virtually invulnerable. Only Nighthawk and Son of Satan had not received any powers from her, as the former had adapted some recently discovered alien technology into his costume, allowing him some degree of flight as well as improved reflexes and strength, while the latter had derived powers from his demonic bloodline. Unfortunately, the combined powers of the 5 aspiring heroes had not been enough to grant them a victory over the mysterious Ranma. Why was Son of Satan merely standing off to the side when the sorcerer should have been casting spells at the elusive boy? Regardless of what the lone sorcerer was or wasn't doing, it was clear to the woman that this group of misfit superheroes was not what she needed. Perhaps it was time for her to look to another option. Still, their little encounter was more than enough to tell her that they needed more time to work on getting used to their powers, time that she couldn't spare. Still, they could be a full diversion for now. Asterisk 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 asterisk. For the first time in over a week, Tony Stark was glad he was no longer an active member of the Ultimates. Though the raven-haired genius had enjoyed playing the part of the thrill-seeking superhero known as Iron Man, the inventive and intelligent young man knew that staying on the Ultimates no longer fit him or what he wanted. Sure, his brother had convinced his best friend to take up the mantle of War Machine and take Iron Man's spot on the team, but as future face of Stark Industries, Tony knew that he needed to distance himself from his alter ego. Though he maintained strong ties to the remaining superheroes and S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony knew that he didn't have all the same responsibilities as someone who was on the active roster of the Ultimates. One of the benefits of not being on the team was the fact that he didn't have to worry about interpersonal relationships and dynamics of the new team. As a reserve member, he could enjoy his current relationship with one of the newest Ultimates without it affecting either him or her role on the team or having the team suffer as a result of their personal affair. Laying back in his plush king-sized bed, Tony sighed. "You truly had deserved your name, Ms. Marvel," he teased. "And you?" The buxom blonde sighed as she lay beside her lover. "Deserve your name as well, Iron Man." The sudden flash of red lighting filled the room, alerting the pair of out-of-costume heroes. "We've found the Hulk," Nick Fury's voice cut in over the internal comm system. "All active and reserve members of the Ultimates are to report to Hangar Bay 2. Asterisk 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 A/N. Yeah, a short chapter, but I figure something's better than nothing. I must admit, the defenders are really weak. I'm not sure how they got their powers, but as they each have an Earth 616 counterpart except for Nighthawk, who has counterparts in both Earth 31916 and Earth 712. Seriously, the defenders were just a group of wannabes who suddenly got powerful. Makes you wonder about them. Expect more from them in the future though. Still Ranma vs. Hulk. HMMM. Poor Ranma. Dreaming Fox * Chapter 15 * Chapter 15 Author's Notes. Time to reply to some reviews. The poll is just to see what readers think, not what I'm actually going to do. Yes, Ranma/Rogue is done, and ultimately I'm not going in that direction. I do think you'll like where I do go with the ships though. I don't think the last few chapters were filler. There are some important things going on behind the scenes that are building up to something bigger altogether. Don't expect Fury to send Ranma back to the past to change the present. Remember, Fury was exiled to the Supremeverse for his part in the Ultimate Power fiasco. Him sending Ranma back to prevent the ultimatum would still leave Fury in the Supremeverse. Plus things were set into motion way before Fury was dethroned from S.H.I.E.L.D. A deep, calming breath was the only thing that the big-tailed boy needed as he listened to Colonel Fury going over the details of how they were going to take down the Hulk. It wasn't long really. Most of the gathered heroes had already fought the Hulk before. Now it was more about testing the new team and having the reserves ready to go in case the starters needed help. Glancing at the assembled heroes, Ranma wondered if the new Ultimates could take on the Hulk. Ms. Marvel, the United States Agent, War Machine, Bird Hulk, Wasp, Hawkeye, and the new Black Widow were impressive. But were they better than the original lineup of Captain America, Thor, Iron Man, Hawkeye, Black Widow, Wasp, and Giant Man? Well, they did have Ranma on the side. Though from what he heard he wasn't to actually engage the Hulk, seeing as he really didn't have any powers. He was just there to observe the new Ultimates and to assess how they could improve their techniques to fight better as a team and as individuals on a team. Still, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, anxious, apprehensive, proud about fighting the incredible incarnation of rage and anger. "Okay people," Fury shouted as the large doors to the special Quinjet opened. "Stick to the plan." Exiting the jet, the superheroes separated as the new Ultimates moved to confront the Incredible Hulk and the others, plus Ranma moved into supportive positions. Glancing at Captain America, Ranma shrugged. "You think this'll work?" Fixing his eyes on the horizon, Cap gave a slight shake of his head. "Yeah, didn't think so," Ranma stated. It didn't take them long to get into their respective positions as the two groups closed in on the isolated cabin. From where the support team was, Ranma had a clean line of sight on the cabin as the current roster of the Ultimates circled the cabin. It came as no surprise that the cabin quickly vanished as War Machine vaporized it in hopes of capturing Bruce Banner before he could turn into the Hulk. Of course, that didn't work at all. Having been ordered to let She-Hulk, Bird Hulk, Ms. Marvel and the United States Agent to try their hand at the Hulk first before she intervened, Zarda simply stood to the side as a clearly enraged gray-green Hulk charged at his clone, slamming the smarter emerald green Hulk with a powerful uppercut that sent Robert flying straight into the air. Things went even worse when She-Hulk kicked the United States Agent in the ribs, sending her crashing into Ms. Marvel. "Either she wants him to herself," Ranma started, "or she wants to help him," Iron Man finished. The two Hulks collided, rattling even the distant cliff that the secondary team was standing on. "It could be worse," the big-tailed martial artist stated. "We could have brought Titania and that Weapon X to Girl." They watched as the two Hulks collided, trading thundering punches until finally Ms. Marvel and the United States Agent finally rejoined the fray, only to have the Hulk grab Ms. Marvel and stomp her into the ground while She-Hulk threw the United States Agent into the air, forcing War Machine to fly off after her. With the interlopers dealt with, the two Hulks once again raged against each other. "That's not good," Iron Man stated as he watched his friend catch the United States agent. The fact that the pair of heroes collided with a still airborne Red Hulk as he descended was bad, very bad, as the trio came crashing down. At least the United States agent managed to slow her descent by grabbing onto tree branches, and the other two were at least able to endure the collision with the ground. Unfortunately, things took an even worse turn as the Red Hulk regained his feet. Roaring his rage, he picked up War Machine and threw the dazed hero into a tree. A boulder soon followed. "I think we should step in," Captain America stated as he ran towards the ledge. Iron Man gave chase, catching the iconic hero several meters after the man had leapt off the cliff. Ranma pursued them, carelessly yet carefully bounding off the various tree branches as he made his way towards the fighting. They'd come here to capture one rogue Hulk, but instead appeared to have to deal with three. Though he was loath to admit it, Ranma had felt a bit apprehensive about fighting the Hulk. Though he was a world-class martial artist, and possibly the best pure martial artist in the world, he was just that, a martial artist. Yes, he was strong enough to toe-to-toe with Spider-Man and Captain America, but against Iron Man and Thor or the Incredible Hulk, well, he was sorely lacking in the pure strength department. Hell, even Ryoga wouldn't have been able to go up against the Hulk. Oh, maybe Taro could, but that was Taro. Still, it was the Hulk, and he did love to fight and prove his worth as a martial artist. Yes, the Hulk would prove to be the ultimate challenge as to what a true world-class martial artist was capable of. "You distract the real Hulk," Captain America pointed to the original gray-green skinned Hulk. "We'll move to assist in recovering the others, then regroup. You can avoid getting hit, right?" Iron Man asked. Ranma smirked. "Leaves him to me." Going over his options, he instantly fell back into his usual routines. "Hey, ugly. Had Captain America not seen stupider things, or had years of training, he probably would have missed a step. Hulk not ugly," the Hulk declared as he lifted a giant boulder and promptly threw it at Ranma. With casual grace, Ranma leapt over the giant obstacle, effortlessly stepping on it as he propelled himself up at the incarnation of rage. "Well, it's not like you're not made of muscles that most bodybuilders would die for," he stated as he landed just outside of the Hulk's reach. "But the skin, you seriously need to stop going to that spray tanning place. They make you look like you just got out of a tar pit." Yes, he definitely had the Hulk's attention. But he also had half of the mountainside being uprooted from under his feet as the beast grabbed a handful of rock and soil in each massive hand. Taking the opportunity to leap over and behind the Hulk, Ranma whistled, catching his opponent's attention. Again he sprang into the air as the Hulk smashed the portion of ground that he'd just ripped up onto the exact spot that Ranma had been standing on. "So, what's got you so worked up?" Ranma asked, seeing the obvious flaw in his previous attempts to distract the Hulk. "Hulk want to be left alone." Ducking under a punch, Ranma decided against trying to hit the titanic creature. While durable, he clearly lacked the endurance to tussle with someone even more durable than Ryoga. Instead, he did what most juvenile teenagers did when they wanted to taunt their opponents. He reached out and grabbed the Hulk's blackish nipple and quickly twisted as he slipped under the towering creature's powerful punch. The ear-shattering roar rocked the very foundations of the mountain. The sheer force of the air leaving the Hulk's lungs was enough to send Ranma flying. Hulk no like bully. Yes, clearly the Hulk's alter ego, one Robert Bruce Banner, had been the object of years of bullying by the jocks of his school. Years of repressed anger quickly consumed the scientist's gamma-infused body and mind. His now green, glowing eyes locked onto Ranma. $5 says we don't find enough of him to put into a Ziploc bag, War Machine offered as he pulled himself out from under the rubble. Hulk say bully leave Hulk alone. The green-gray-skinned monster demanded as he lifted his large fists into the air before suddenly slamming them into the ground, where Ranma had been just a fraction of a second ago. The actual earth trembled, knocking even the Hulk off his feet as the ground beneath him gave way. Fortunately Ranma was in the air at the time, though the sound of the impact was enough to throw even him slightly off balance as he landed several meters just outside of the Hulk's reach. Taking advantage of the situation, Ranma rushed in again. Yes, he might not be able to take a hit from the Hulk, but being close to the monster would at least limit the damage done to the mountain range hopefully. Okay, he said as the Hulk once again wound up to throw another mountain-sundering punch. I admit, you're not ugly. The Hulk simply whiffed with his punch, slightly startled by his opponent's daring as well as by his admission that he was wrong. Bully leave Hulk alone. Sorry, Ranma shrugged as he ducked under another punch. I can't do that. Being the martial arts master that he was, Ranma could easily read the Hulk's moves. True, he'd never faced someone with the sheer power that the Hulk had, but it was pretty easy to tell just what the Hulk was going to do. Ripping the ground out from underneath him had been slightly unexpected, but something he'd easily avoided. The punches, well, they were very standard. And the kicks, well, they were non-existent. As a martial artist the fight was boring and even predictable, yet Ranma knew that he couldn't end the fight by trading blows with the Hulk. Hell, he doubted that his greatest and most powerful techniques would do little more than anger the Hulk. Rather than wasting his key reserves, Ranma opted to simply dodge the incredibly powerful punches. For all of the Hulk's absurd strength, the guy couldn't fight worth a lick. True, if they were trading punches, yes, the Hulk would win. But from a technical standpoint that Ranma was viewing the fight, that power was relatively useless. With his unbelievably tough skin and muscles he was close to unstoppable. Jumping over another punch, Ranma skillfully landed on the Hulk's head. Kicking off he flipped into the air as he avoided an attempt to swat him away. Hulk no like bully. Bully leave Hulk alone. Clapping his massive hands together, the Hulk sent Ranma flying as the titanic impact sent the air and anything airborne away. It also happened to rattle Ranma's eardrums, throwing him just off balance as he attempted to land. Disoriented, Ranma barely avoided a powerful overhead right as he fell onto his backside. Instinctively he rolled onto his back, then sprang under the Hulk's massive legs, capturing the beast's back. Kicking the back of the Hulk's left knee, he sent the Hulk tumbling. The purely defensive attack at the Hulk's joint was just enough to give Ranma the time he needed to recover his balance. Pony bully, no, make fun of Hulk. Hulk smash. Ranma ducked as the Hulk renewed his assault of mountain-leveling punches. As the pair fought their way down the mountainside, Ranma was suddenly struck with inspiration. "I think it's time you take a bath," Ranma declared as he caught the massive wrist of his opponent. Using the Hulk's own strength against himself, the martial artist twisted his hips and turned, flipping the surprised Hulk into the air. "Hulk, no, want bath." Kicking off of the Hulk's wrist, Ranma slammed his feet into the Hulk's stomach, forcing him to expel a large amount of air. The young martial artist forced ki into his fingers before stabbing them into the Hulk's throat and neck. Kicking the Hulk hard in the face, he didn't give the monster a chance to recover as he flipped around and kicked the Hulk hard in the groin. Even the Hulk had to feel that one. Cold water kept him from continuing his assault on the Hulk as he suddenly transformed. Hopefully he'd managed to force out enough air of the Hulk's lungs. As the Norse god of thunder, Thor had seen much in his relatively long life. He'd fought incredibly powerful trolls and frost giants, immortal monsters that his brother had conjured, and fearsome dragons. Yet watching as this whelp fearlessly fought the Hulk even as the other Ultimates sought to contain and restrain the fake Hulk and the She-Hulk, the blonde godling couldn't be more impressed. Having fought the Hulk several times himself, Thor knew firsthand just how powerful the incarnation of rage was. But this whelp of a man was clearly more than he appeared. For him to go toe-to-toe with the Hulk and win, something that even the mighty Thor had not been able to do, that was a feat that was truly remarkable. True, Hela might object that he turned into a woman, but perhaps that could be used as leverage to convince him to surrender. But how to convince Hela? Captain America couldn't help but wonder about Ranma Sodom. True, he was a great fighter, the best hand-to-hand fighter that the super soldier had ever seen. But he was still immature with reckless and rash tendencies that made him a liability in battle. He'd fought the remainder of the Ultimates and the X-Men and really should have beaten them all, but he'd held back. A seasoned fighter would have ended the fight quickly. A seasoned fighter would have put his opponents down quickly, killed them as he deemed necessary. But Ranma preferred to leave his opponents alive. That selfless idealism and was useless on the battlefield, but Captain America couldn't help but hope that Ranma never lost that innocence. "Impressive," Fury stated as he watched the now red-headed girl pull an unconscious Robert Bruce Banner out of the cold water. "You defeated the Hulk by yourself. And all of you had to subdue just two?" Ranma retorted. Zarda smirked. This boy was good. Of all the Ultimates, she was the only who had managed to defeat the Incredible Hulk by herself. But for this boy who was completely normal, aside from being deathly afraid of cats, and was completely human, to have defeated the incarnation of rage was truly a feat worthy of her attention. What did it matter that he sometimes turned into a girl? For his part, Ranma ignored the appraising looks that the other Ultimates gave him. He'd already taken their measure, and they clearly had yet to see the true depth of his ability and skill. Besides, dragging the wet and unconscious man was taking much more out of him than he expected. It didn't help that the Hulk had managed to land some nasty shots on him while they were underwater, though the water did help to slow the blows as well as defuse the impact. Still, Ranma felt like he'd gone several rounds with Ryoga, Herb, Lime, Saffron, Taro and Rogue the other Rogue. It was just as he'd expected. None of the others came even close to being as tough or powerful as the Hulk. Yet he'd prevailed, proving to himself that he was the best and that no shortcuts could overcome years of dedication, insane training, and sacrifice to achieve the level of skill that he had acquired. Yes, martial arts kicked ass and martial artists kicked a lot of ass. Well, Ranma Sodom did at least. Loki was not happy. He'd hoped that the Hulk would provide him with an opening to steal Mjolnir. Even 3 Hulks were not enough to provide him with that opportunity, as he'd warped the other, weaker Hulks so that they attacked their teammates. Yes, the Ultimates would have been able to handle 1, maybe 2, but against 3? No, it was not that he'd underestimated the Ultimates, as they had barely been able to defeat the 2 weakest Hulks. It was the wild card that he had not expected. That gender-cursed boy had single-handedly defeated the Hulk, something that none of the Ultimates alone could do. Yes, the boy had managed to defeat the Defenders, but they were second-rate fools compared to the Ultimates, even with the powers that he'd enhanced. No, what he needed was a team of truly ruthless villains to test this boy. But he'd have to do something about the Ultimates to keep them from interfering. But what? The Hulks were defeated for now. The Red Skull was gone along with Richard's cosmic cube. Zarda had defeated the Wrecking Crew by herself, and the Brotherhood was in hiding, leaving the Trickster with no viable options. Looking down at the now redheaded girl, Loki clenched his fists. Choose and kill. The cursed woman had once been the Sorceress Supreme as well as being his daughter. Yes, his daughter had been clever, too clever for her own good really, and it didn't help that she loved to thwart his plans just because he was the most cunning of the gods. Though she'd been dead for over a millennia, the fool of a girl was still managing to interfere with his plans. But how to use his late daughter's chosen champion against the Ultimates? The boy had already fought them and lost, and was now assisting them. And he couldn't use his powers to alter reality on the boy, but what of those around him? Having already made the man that his half-brother respected fall in love with Valkyrie had not been enough, as the man's rigorous code of honor could not be compromised. Loki knew that there was only so much he could do with love, even though he had essentially created Valkyrie and the Defenders. Still, if he could make Thor and Captain America love Valkyrie, he could make the others fall in love with Ranma. Smiling mischievously, the cunning godling looked down at the busty girl. Yes, he would have fun with Jews and Kyo's creation and destroy the Ultimates at the same time. Ow! Ranma exclaimed as the medic popped his shoulder into place. A dislocated shoulder, hyperextended elbow, 7 bruised ribs, a sprained neck, bruised thigh and several abrasions, Fury said skeptically as he listed Ranma's injuries. For a completely normal human, you managed to take down the Hulk and came out of it with the least amount of injuries. With both of his shoulders now in their proper place, Ranma shrugged. I'm the best for a reason. You probably couldn't do it again, Captain America smirked. Ranma shrugged. You never know. My money's on the Hulk for round 2. Iron Man chimed in. Ranma smirked. Yeah, you would have the money to blow on that bet. Sitting inside the vibranium-laced cell, Bruce Banner watched a replay of his alter ego's fight with the young martial artist. You're sure he has no superpowers? Bruce asked. None, the former acting director of S.H.I.E.L.D. smirked. Even though she was wearing her mask, Carol couldn't help but scowl. Even with her new powers, the mysterious martial artist had shown the Ultimates and their new members up. As the former head of S.H.I.E.L.D., Carol Danvers couldn't help but think that there was more to Ranma than he admitted to. True, he did have a gender/sex-changing curse and thus magic affecting him, but it didn't empower him. Yes, he was a master martial artist on a level that, well, no one outside of Japan and China had seen in generations. Still, was that enough to defeat the Hulk? Maybe I had been ignoring the training I received in Tibet. You're sure that this is going to be okay? Ranma asked as he looked down at the pit that was Robert Bruce Banner's cell. Captain America nodded. This door is too small for the Hulk to get out of and too high up for Banner to get to. The raven-haired boy nodded as the portal opened. Leaping through the 1-meter-wide hole, Ranma twisted and then reoriented himself so that he landed gracefully on the floor beside a startled Banner. Yo! He exclaimed as the brilliant scientist blinked at him. Name's Ranma. You're the boy that defeated me, the scrawny scientist exclaimed. Ranma nodded. Why are you here? To help you control your rage. Banner opened his mouth, then promptly shut it as his brilliant mind failed to find the right words. Though he knew it was possible, it had been such a long time since he's been able to control the Hulk. Still, it was possible. Why would S.H.I.E.L.D. need the Hulk? He dared to ask. They've got 2 others already. Ranma nodded. Yeah, but they suck. Banner blinked. The boy's bluntness really was refreshing. No. Nerd boys? Well, a nerd, Ranma stated. I beat him by flashing him my breasts. Again Banner blinked. That just didn't sound right. I've got a magical curse that turns me into a busty girl, the very masculine boy explained. I was in my cursed form when I flashed him, and then he kinda froze, allowing me to kick him around. What is it with geeks and breasts that makes them freeze up anyways? The scientist simply shook his head. It's hard to explain. I guess being a girl half the time makes me take for granted all the times I've seen girls or guys naked. Ranma shrugged. So, you like girls? I like girls. Bruce nodded. So what about the She-Hulk? The martial artist shrugged. She's good, and nearly as tough and strong as you. But she's a bit rash and emotional. Look at how she rushed in to become a Hulk like you just so that she could try and be closer to you by experiencing some of the things you've endured. That's just crazy. Again the scientist opened his mouth but found that he really didn't have any words that could dispute what the boy had said. I'd be like my late fiancé jumping into a pool of drowned man or boy just to experience what it's like to be cursed and change into the other gender/sex, Ranma added. Though she might have liked being a guy, I'm pretty sure the old man wouldn't have minded having a son and 2 daughters instead of 3 daughters though. Then he might have actually taught her their style of martial arts. So you think Betty was rash about turning herself into the She-Hulk? Yeah, the boy nodded. But it might not have been the wrong thing. I know that sometimes, regardless of how smart you are or good with words you are, you just need to throw down with someone to clear the air with them. Even if you're disappointed with the result of the fight, it clears things up between the fighters. And having taken some of your shots, I know that Betty couldn't have thrown down with you, so she had to turn into the She-Hulk so that she could survive. Sometimes people do stupid things for good reasons. Bruce fought the urge to smirk. Yeah. Anyways, I'm here to help you with your anger issues, Ranma stated. But it looks like you've already had some training. The only way for you to get out is through that portal. You're going to have to learn to transform into the Hulk, leap at the portal, then turn back and go through that portal. Or someone's going to have to magic you out of here. Then I think I'll just leave things where they're at for now. Please read and review. Dreaming Fox.